Good morning. Good morning once again. My name
in charge of registration and compliance at the National Construction Authority. I want to invite all of us to this forum of today. This is 10th of March 2025, and we are going to have stakeholder sensitization and civic education on building code. So I just want to request Architect Mwinu to open for us with a word of prayer, and then we will proceed. Good morning. Tunaweza simama. Okay, tuombe. Thank you, Lord, for this time you have given us. As we start the sensitization of the building code, then we pray that your guidance will be with us in Nairobi and all the other counties that will be. As we continue enforcing the building code, be with us, O Lord. We pray all this trust you in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Let's have our seats. I want to apologize for starting late. I know our time as per our program that we have was supposed to start at 8:30, but we've run late. We are sorry for that. Nonetheless, we are now starting the program. I want to acknowledge the presence of all the stakeholders. I know in this meeting we have the representative from different state departments of the government. We also have the
key of the day today. So today it is the sensitization of the building code. As you are all aware, our
March 2024, and it was launched on 17th of July 2024, and we also are a team of the
of parastatals and agencies of government who are also joining us this morning, board members from various institutions, various stakeholders from across government institutions, both from as well as from private sector, the team that has been putting this together, that is called the Building Code Implementation Committee, led by the morning MC, that is QS Susan Ruto, together with the team. My colleagues from National Construction Authority, contractors. I'm also seeing very many stakeholders represented here, including the Defense Forces, the NYS, as you've been told, the road sector, the energy sector, airports, ports, indeed, all stakeholders are in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we are gathered here on 10th of March 2025 to start our phase 1 journey of sensitization and civic education, as well as technical training of stakeholders in the economy. You know, I can't say construction industry because the building code is about the entire economy. Whether we're in health sector, they have buildings and infrastructure. Whether you're in the military, they have buildings and infrastructure. Whether in water sector, so indeed, it is a moment that all of us as a country are gathered here to start our phase 1 program of National Building Code 2024, stakeholder sensitization and civic education and awareness, which will also culminate into technical training at the end of this first session in a manner that all states across the entire economy. So standing here before you to open up this session, of course, under the leadership of the chair and the board members, is Engineer Maurice Sakech. You know, when I used to do mathematics, any small sound will interfere with your flow of thoughts. Yeah, so I'll try to continue. They say in every system, there are always noises, but those noises are not always managed. Those from the power sector, they know that as you transmit electricity from one side to another, there's noise in the system, but it is never heard. It never interferes with the flow of the electricity. So I'll proceed. Please listen to my sound, not the other sound. So I'll continue. That the first phase of this journey, we are targeting 14 counties. On Tuesday, in my Gov newspaper, which is normally an insert in one of the newspapers. And next week we'll continue the remaining 5 to cover 14 counties in phase 1. So eventually we'll cover all 47 counties of our nation. And as we start, we saw it fit that we start with county number 47, which is Nairobi County. And we are happy that you've able to find time in the midst of the weather that we have also seen. It's a blessing. We've been looking forward for the rains, but today, despite the rains, you've been able to come in your numbers. So appreciate your attendance and welcome all of you. Number 2, the Building Code 2024 has taken a long journey to reach where it has reached. In fact, today is one of our biggest days as we start this journey of sensitization, because for over 20 years, we've been in the process of reviewing the building code, which was last published in 1968. The one that has been in place is 56 old, or 57 this year. Last year we used to say 56. Now we're 2025, 57. So in 57 years, we've been having one document to guide the industry. In those 57 years, a lot has changed in the industry. We've had issues of climate change. We've had issues of inclement weather. We've had issues of new materials, new technologies, innovation, even the skills. So as those changes have been happening, we've been doing them on the old code. So the new code is here to embrace the current trends, changes, and in technology and innovation, and of course, the big challenges we've been having in terms of even buildings collapsing will be a thing of the past as we implement the code. This code, as will be shown later, has been set out into 517 paragraphs, from paragraph 1 to paragraph 517, with additional attachments in terms of schedules, tables, and figures. It means for us to get every construction right, we must look at all those paragraphs, all the figures, all the schedules, and the tables accordingly. And it's all of us that we play in that space. So I'm happy that we're not just focusing on one particular individual or stakeholder, but all of us, so that at the end of the day, we get everything right. For a building to be right, all the 517 paragraphs will have been met, maybe with the exception of paragraph 1 and 517. Why? Because paragraph 1 indicates what this code will be cited as National Building Code 2024. And paragraph 517 says that this National Building Code 2024 repeals the Building Code 1968. The rest are valid, and you will need them as you move forward. Because once you repeal, you'll be using the new code. Once we know the name of the new code, we'll be using it, isn't it? So from paragraph 2 to 516, every time we are conducting, whether you are doing design or pre-feasibility study, design, construction, and maintenance, all of them are covered there. Whether you're a contractor, a professional, either an engineer, architect, quantity surveyor, or project management professional, or whether you're a developer, or whether you're just a user, or whatever sector you are in, it means all the remaining 515 paragraphs will be applicable out of 517. That's how important it is to us. So I'm going to invite all of us as we start this very important program, and I'm happy that as you will be leaving this room, you will be proud that you are the first among many that has to be taken to the new code 2024. 2024. Whose history has been partly indicated by the master of ceremony. And I just want to repeat that the previous 1968 code was under the Local Authorities Act, Government Authorities Act, for those who may remember, which was repealed way back in 2010 or thereabout, with the coming of the new constitution. And when the new constitution came into being, and the repeal of that Local Government Authorities Act, the National Building Code the amendment of 1968 code, which took a journey of about 3 to 4 years. So come 1st March 2024, last year, the minister, or the new constitution called them, the cabinet secretary, you know the power of habit. You always get time to get things out of your head. The cabinet secretary in charge of lands, public works, housing and urban development, published the National Building Code 2024. Upon publication, the National Assembly and Senate approved the building code, and of course in July 2024, last year, around 17th, it was launched, and the chief guest of that launch was the Principal Secretary, Public Works, Mr. Joel Arumonyang, and thereafter, early this year, on 14th of January, we did now the launch of this training in a very colorful ceremony, not very far from here, at Bomas of Kenya. And today, being the 10th of March, we are now starting the journey of stakeholder sensitization and civic education, as well as technical training across the country, starting with Nairobi County. So it's very important to have that history, and the rest of the details in terms of what the code entails, what it's supposed to do, the expectation of your roles and responsibilities as a stakeholder will be clearly brought before you, and that's why you are here, so that by the time you go home, you actually know what to do, how to do it, and when to do it using the National Building Code. And we call it National Building Code, but see, buildings don't sit in space, they don't sit in a vacuum, they sit in a geographical location, which is also connected to infrastructure, whether it is a road, whether it is energy, electricity, whether it is gas, whether it's telecommunication. So it's an integral document that focuses on the building, but also looks at the integration of the building with all the other associated infrastructure to make the building livable and usable in a comfortable manner. So to that extent, we believe that this code will bring transformation, will bring change, and will be the new way of doing things. So if you call the 1968 building code, which has been repealed by this new code, the Old Testament in the Bible for the Christians, we want to call this one the New Testament. So the only difference is that in the Bible, you always refer to both to connect. But for this one, you will forget about the Old Testament and move with the New Testament only going forward. Unless you have a challenge of transition where you still need to refer to old projects as you come to the new project using the new code. So I'm very happy that that journey has started. As I come towards the end, I also want to indicate that it will be the collaboration and the by all of us in the smooth implementation of this code. And I want to call upon, because counties play a very key role in the implementation and enforcement of the building code, to ensure that going forward, March 2025, which is the effective date of the National Building Code 2024. Remember, it was published in March 2024 with a 1-year transition period, and 1 year ended on 28th February this year. So from Saturday, 1st March, about 10 days ago, we started the journey of the building code. So my appeal to all the players, especially the county, is that in your approval checklist, one of the instruments that should be on the table by all the approvers at the county is this new building code, so that when a building plan is submitted on your desk, it is this that you'll be using, this new code that you'll be using to check the compliance with all the provisions on the buildings as and when required, as per the paragraph applicable to ensure that the approval is given based on that. I know at the beginning, we'll need time to have it as a habit, but as we make it our habit, in the next 1 or 2 years, we believe that now it will be in our bloodstream, we'll be using it seamlessly, and will not have a challenge. And as well as the education sector, as you train, there would be professionals in the sector. We're also looking forward to you using the code, the new code, to train those who will become professionals once they graduate, so that when they graduate, they find they're already aligned as well. And of course, to all practitioners, whether you are an architect, an engineer, a contractor, a developer, all of us, including even lawyers, when there will be a complaint, the complaints will be using the code as a point of reference of non-compliance. As you bring forward, there will be complaints. Because, you know, in every journey, there's always a conflict, and conflict must be addressed through the instruments. And I believe the code will be able to be the reference point. Lastly, I want to appreciate the role of the Board of National Construction Authority, led by the chair, Madam Mercy Okiro, the role of the State Department of Public Works, led by the Principal Secretary, Mr. Joel Aremonyang, the role of the ministry, whose mandate is actually to publish, of course, in consultation with the board, to support this up to this moment, to now ensure that we're able to move forward. And of course, the role of all stakeholders, including the National Assembly and Senate, and all of us who participated in reaching where we have reached. Indeed, we are likely to see more safer, more comfortable, and more sustainable buildings going forward. I don't want to go to details of the code because that's what the presenters will be doing. And if I steal the show, you may leave early. Because utasema umeshajua ni nini ingine utaambiwa. So, with those few remarks, I'm looking forward for a successful training or sensitization, which, of course, we are starting with this first session, which will go up to around lunch hour. But we also want to indicate to you that in the same forum, there are those who have been charged with the responsibility of now doing technical training, the detailed deep dive, which will be done. They will indicate to us whether they will continue after lunch, and then tomorrow but one for this one. And everywhere we go for the next 14 counties, it will be the same style. And if you want to know where the information is, because nowadays we don't carry a lot of booklets, you'll be wondering why on my table I'm not seeing anything. We have gone fully digital. If you go to the website of National Construction Authority, www, the 3 W's, follow the dot, NCA, the 3 initials for National Construction Authority. So www.nca.go.ke, you will find an item on the building code. If you click on it, you'll find the entire document of 517 paragraphs, plus the popular version and all the other chapters that's now going to help you understand and even use. So we may not bring you hard copies, but if what you need is internet and a device and eyes to read and understand. With those few remarks, I want to now take this opportunity to invite the chair of National Construction Authority, Madam Mercy Okiro, who will introduce the board and other board members who may be here and chairpersons, as well as give her remarks. Karibu, Madam Chair.
The Governor of Nairobi County, His Excellency Johnston Sakaja, fellow chairmen, the Board of the National Construction Authority, the Executive Director of the National Construction Authority, other Executive Directors of other organizations, senior government representatives, management and staff of the authority, as well as other stakeholders in attendance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have a speech here, but today I think let's get into the meat. We've done the launch, we've done sensitization. So I'll just bypass the speech and make a few protocol changes by looking for the mic. Someone can pass the mic. Members of the National Construction Authority Board, I usually ask you to stand and wave, but today you can say a word. If you may, today we have a full board. This is our first stakeholder sensitization and civic education forum, and as such, the entire board is here to kickstart this process because we understand for the other stakeholder fora, we will not all be in attendance as one board in terms of all of us being present. So for that reason, I would request board members, you may say your name and the organization you represent, because all of us are here. We can start with Engineer Rasa since he's sat alone. Behind you, gentleman with the mic.
Good morning. Engineer Gili Patarasa, a member of the National Construction Authority Board, and I represented the PS roads on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Rasa. VC, you'll be last.
Good morning. I'm Engineer Abubakar Godana Harugura. I represent special interests on the board.
Good morning. My name is QS Rose Kochi, member of the board. I represent the PS Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are well. My name is Cassius Kusenya, QS, alternate PS Housing Urban Development.
Good morning, all. My name is Kalpe Shirani, a member of the board of NCA. Represent CAPSEC, which is Kenya Association of Building and Civil Engineering Contractors on the board. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Josephine Kanyi. I represent the Cabinet Secretary National Treasury on this board.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Architect Florence Nyole. I represent the Architectural Association of Kenya, where I'm also serving as the president. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming with even these rains that we're having. My name is Ivy Wangari Kimani. I represent Kenya Federation of Master Builders, who are middle-sized and small contractors in Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Mokomoni. I represent the PS Devolution in the board of NCA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Musango. I'm a contractor, and I represent the Roads and Civil Engineering Contractors Association in the board. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Engineer Catherine Munyi. I represent the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. My name is Architect Nicholas Tirop Koech. I am the Vice Chair of the board. Asante, karibu sana.
Thank you, board members. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the board of the National Construction Authority. We have one person who hasn't arrived yet. That is QS Josephat Mutinda, who represents the Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya. So that's the full board, and we're here to support this initial sensitization fora. And you might see us in other fora. I recognize all our stakeholders, starting with the County Government of Nairobi. We do understand that county governments are really at the heart of this code. We also recognize the Town and County Planners Association, the State Department of Arid and Semi-Arid Areas, National Youth Service, the Kenya Roads Board, the Communications Authority of Kenya, the Kenya Airports Authority, of course, our State Department for Public Works, the State Department of Forestry, the Kenya Defense Forces, Child Protection Services, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company. In fact, the chair told me if there's no one here, I report back to her because she said KPLC must come. So KPLC, where are you? Thank you. Your chair and Kenha as well. Your chairmen have told me if there's no one from Kenha and KPLC, I report more like whistleblow. Kenha, excellent. Thank you so much. I recognize all the stakeholders. I will give this opportunity to one of the chairmen who's come to support this initial launch, and that is a pivotal stakeholder of ours, of course, alongside the ones I've recognized, and that is Honorable Olago Aluoch. He's the chair of the national government CDF board. And of course, this is an important stakeholder because we understand the role of NGCDF in the construction industry. So before I say my entire remark, I will allow chairman to come and say and pass his goodwill first, as well as tell us how is NGCDF going to collaborate with us on this endeavor. Thank you. Let's clap for him.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mercy Okiro. My name is Olago Aluoch. I chair the board of NGCDF. But that's not all I do. I'm a lawyer by profession and a commercial arbitrator as well. Chairperson of NCA, I'm sure that in the room there are men and women who understand what we are here for even more than I do. But allow me to say something. We operated under the NGCDF Act 2015. But as a lawyer, the first thing I asked your chair, board of NCA, is the Building Code 2024. Have you got the approval of the National Assembly and the Senate to have it operational? And she said yes, and I felt happy. Because I know, having been a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly for many years, one of the problems we have had is ministries and parastatals and boards like this publishing regulations and legal notices without the approval of Parliament. So, Mr. Cage, thank you very much for having done that first. In my board, we have representatives from CS Treasury, Planning, Education, and the AG. I'm so happy, Madam Mercy Okiro, I'm so happy that in your board, Josephine Kanyi sits. In my board, she represents the CS Treasury. And she sits on this board. So now we have a direct connection between NCA and CDF. And I'm happy about that. Our budget is this financial year, 68 billion. 70% of that goes towards construction. And in construction, we collaborate very closely with the ministries of Education, Health, and in construction of primary and secondary schools, KMTCs, TVETs, and TTCs in the country. So the collaboration between us and this ministry is very close. And I would like to have that similar connection and coordination between my board and NCA. Because what we do translates into activities in all the 290 constituencies in our country. And it goes down to the grassroots. Our structures in the Act, from the board, we have regional coordinators in different regions in our country. I would then cascade down our activities to the constituencies. And in every constituency, we have got a fund manager and constituency development committees. Funds come from the board, trickles down up to the constituency development committees, who then disperse the funds to project management committees. Some of these funds may not be too big when they trickle down, some are very large. So it is important that our teams up to the ground understand this code clearly. Because what they do on the ground touches down to the primary classroom, to that small contractor who will handle a project of 10 million shillings, to a large contractor who will handle a project of 60 million shillings, or even 100 million shillings. So it is important that those of you here who are involved in construction, and I'm glad that there's a representative from the contractors, medium and small, on the board. It is important that the contractors on the ground, the small ones, the medium-sized ones, understand this code very well. I'm hoping Madam Okiro, that at the end of this session today, we have understood how this code connects to this, planning and even construction of some of the projects that we do on the ground. I'm hoping that at the end of the day, this code will be very familiar to all of us who are involved in this type of activity. Thank you very much. I look forward to engagement with all of us. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Mulago. I'll watch my brother chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, today's workshop is the first one targeting 14 counties under phase 1. And the National Building Code 2024 now becomes a critical training tool in the universities, vocational training institutions. And this means that the new crop of professionals coming into the industry will be fully equipped to transform construction as we know it and contribute to the growth of our economy. We also understand that this same code is also integral to our affordable housing program, which aims to provide safe and decent housing for low and middle income households. By aligning these initiatives with the code, we reaffirm our decision to creating safe, resilient, adaptable and inclusive communities while ensuring the longevity and adaptability of the properties. In a nutshell, I think we've done launches and everything, and I will not, as I said, I'll not bother getting into all that. The people in this room are the initial people to attend this training, so we expect you to be ambassadors. And ambassadors meaning you will know something that other people will not know about this code. Like my driver, my board driver, he knows what's different in the code because I told the executive director, everyone in NCA must know what has changed in the new code. And I'm conducting pop quizzes, by the way. So I told him, if you're asking where you're from, what has changed in the new code, what will you say? He said, I forgot everything. I forgot the others, but I remember too. So I told him, then you have no business working here. You are the ambassador. If a person with a branded NCA polo shirt cannot say what is different, how do we expect people who've come for this stakeholders forum to do that? Even I call him Gen Z, the Gen Z photographer walking to the front. I'm going to pop quiz you soon, so usinitoroke. You can't be working for NCA and you can't tell members of the public what has changed. And if all of us carry that burden in that manner, especially those in this room, the Nairobi County, we know we've had an issue of safety and compliance. But I see everyone here, from the stakeholders, I see the goodwill in ensuring that we first learn about this code and essentially after that cascade it to our day-to-day operations. Of course, we understand, of course, there's a lot of projects now being undertaken by the defense forces. So that's also another area. And county governments, really, you're our twins, literally, in this enforcement and safety journey. So the county government of Nairobi, we expect that you will cascade this down because Nairobi has become a hotbed for illegal construction and you understand the stories around that. We are ready to support, and any organization that wishes to understand this in detail, like for instance, as the Honorable Chairman of the Board of NGCDF has said, we would want and we are keen on engaging your regional coordinators and any other level of your officers in an effort for them to understand this code in depth, because it is not Engineer Ketch and I or the board will be coming to see how the code is being implemented. However, if you meet anyone with an NCA branded top, if they cannot tell you what has changed in the top, including people in legal in this code, write a note to me and tell me. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite the representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi, Honorable Johnston Sakaja. Thank you. Okay, it appears they may still be on the way. Nonetheless, that will not... Okay, let's clap for him.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Tom Achar. Director, Planning, Compliance and Enforcement, Nairobi City County Government. I'm here to represent His Excellency the Governor of Nairobi, who is engaged in a national function, so he could not make it here. Secondly, he was to be represented by the County Executive Committee member, Built Environment and Planning, but unfortunately is also dashed to the presidential function at Kamkunji. So just to be brief, I'll be joined in maybe in an hour's time by our Chief Officer, Mr. Patrick Analo, who will bring with him the governor's speech to this event, please. But briefly, I can say this is a very noble function today on the National Building Code. The industry has been in dire need of updated standards in the building industry. So this, I think NCA has done a good job. Bearing in mind the dynamism in the construction industry, the materials changes, the current trends. So actually we needed this moment to come, so we have standards. This will go all along in keeping our environment safe in terms of building structures and other developments, not only buildings, but even roads and other civil works. Mostly when we talk of developments, people engage their minds towards buildings only. But developments entails even civil works, road works, and all that changes the material state of land. I'll be brief to that effect. As the Nairobi City County Government, we support you in this. Secondly, this will enhance better workmanship in the post-approval stage. That's where we really have a challenge in the industry. That's implementation. The professionals have done their work. They have designed very wonderful things, very wonderful structures. But now when it goes to the implementation, that's where we really get a challenge in terms of how do we determine the quality of the materials? How do we determine the quality of the people who are meant to implement this? So I know the country has not been operated on has not been operating on a vacuum in terms of development laws. We have been having Building Code 1968. So the improved version, the Building Code, the National Building Code 2024, will better it. To that effect, I'll rest my speech there. Then I'll request that when my chief officer arrives, we might be given about 30 minutes to also present, or less. Sorry, Honorable, I can see that's too much. Honorable Lago.
Thank you, Mr. Achar. Let's clap for him. And we will not give you 30. You've taken 10, so we'll give 20 minus 5. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the opening remarks, and I think let's just transition into the technical first part of this program. I am waiting for GM Ruto to come and take over. You want me to MC? Okay, let's clap for everyone who's spoken in the first session, and thank you for your attention. And I take this opportunity to officially welcome you to this event, of course, and look forward to engaging with you and learning more. Thank you. Back to GM.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that opening session. We can now move to our technical part of it. And in our presentation, we'll have like 5 presentations. So the first one will be introductory and explanatory parts of the building code. The next one will be external and internal layout of the buildings, materials and elements. The third one will be structural designs and associated works. Thereafter, we will move to ensuring quality and wellness in buildings. That is from inception and construction to maintenance and demolition. We'll also have a presentation on internal and external services systems of buildings. And last but not least, we'll have a presentation of safety and special considerations in interiors and exteriors of buildings. All those presentations will be able to summarize what is contained in our building code, which has 517 paragraph. So for now, allow me to invite the first presenter, that is Advocate Diana Watila, who is going to make the first presentation. Let's appreciate her as she comes.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, our esteemed visitors, ladies and gentlemen, allow me. They just told me to use my. No, they said mine I do that. Yeah. My apologies. Allow me to stand on the already established protocols and give a brief presentation on an overview of the building code. I'll kindly request the IT to come and give me some support. Yeah, I think we've sorted out. So allow me to stand on the already established protocols. And today my role would be to take us through the introductory and explanatory parts of the building code. As has been said, the Kenya Building Code is a set of regulations that govern the design, construction, and maintenance of building to ensure the safety, sustainability, and the functionality. We've also been advised that the building code has been updated from the version of 1968, and it's to align it to modern construction practices and international standards because it touches on various laws, that is the PLUPA, NCA Act, and MCA. So today, the presentation will look at the background, the legal framework, and also the preliminaries part of the law, and also discuss the miscellaneous points. Now, we are discussing the building code. They're saying it has not been it was in application for over 15 years and had not been revised since. That brought a lot of challenges because there was a lot of change in technology. We're also seeing in terms of rural-urban migration, we were having now buildings springing up, and the previous building code was material-based, and it only recognized only conventional building materials, which is like stone, timber, and mortar in its application. As a result of that, we were unable to regulate the modern building and technologies, and that has an impact on safety. Initially, it was designed for the implementation and enforcement by local governments. However, with the passing of the 2010 Constitution, it meant that we needed to allow the law to the new structure. And it did not take into account independent and a well-capacitated oversight authority. As a result of that, there was an inconsistent application of the 1968 code. And as a result of that, it brought about compromised quality of many buildings. And indeed, we have seen that we've seen a lot of collapses. So what is new in this building code? Number one, it clearly articulates improved standards in the building design, construction, and maintenance that reflects the best practices in the built environment. And as a result of that, we shall see the promotion of quality, safety, health, and acceptable environmental norms in the sectors. We are currently now looking at climate change and climate and green buildings. So the building code takes that into account. Another thing, it improves enforcement because it creates a regulatory platform, and as a result, we will have a coordinated approach towards compliance of all stakeholders in the construction industry. Currently, we have the MSAC that has the national government, county government, and all other independent oversight agencies. So we're in a situation where the team goes together. You don't have county going on Monday, EBK going on Tuesday. And as a result, the regulations are put together, the different recommendations are put together, and there is proper follow-up. And it also brings a lot of transparency and accountability. So we are going to now go on to discuss some of the outcomes of the code that will help us as qualified professionals to undertake proper building design, construction, supervision, and inspections of construction works. So we will look at the legal framework. We have the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. We've not noted Article 10 on values and principles, but that is the first one. There should be accountability and transparency in everything that we do. And also it holds the public officers to a certain ethics. Then we go to Article 43, 1B of the Constitution, which means everyone has a right to accessible and adequate housing and reasonable standards of sanitation. We have seen during our inspections, you enter a building, the building has no light. Oh, I'm lying. You find that the building has no light, there is no fresh air, there's where the toilet is placed, the building basically does not make sense. That means as architects and engineers, when you build a funny building, you're violating the law. Then we say provides a right to goods and services of reasonable quality to consumers. And we are actually going around and finding a whole building has just collapsed on itself and it's less than 4 years old. Meaning the person has invested so much money, but in the end, it collapses. So is that services of reasonable quality? No, it is not. And then Article 66 of the Constitution obligates the state to regulate the use of any land or any interest of a land in the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, public health, or land use planning. One of the cases that we have dealt with is the Mradi explosion, and that will show you why the building code is important. There's a depot filling gas next to a petrol station, next to a school, next to apartments. Isn't that a remedy for disaster? And indeed, a disaster occurred. So now that is why we need a building code to ensure there is proper land use. A key part of the regulatory framework is the role of NCA, which has been established under Act number 41 of 2011, and its role is to regulate the construction industry. And it does this through the regulation, the streamlining, and building capacity in the industry so that they can ensure all construction activities are conducted as per the NCA authority regulations. We look further at Section 5, which encourages the standardization and improvement of construction techniques and material. In fulfillment of Section 5.2 of the NCA Act, the National Construction Authority has developed and published a code of conduct for the construction industry. And this code of conduct outlines the role of each party within the construction industry value chain to ensure that there is adherence of minimum acceptable and professional conduct. Then also the authority under Section 52GA is empowered to enforce the building code in the construction industry. So that is not up to NCA to decide, but it's rather the law that has decided on for NCA. We will look at the preliminaries, but before I go to that, I'll briefly talk on to Section 42 of the NCA Act. The Cabinet Secretary responsible for public works, in consultation with the board of the authority, developed the National Building Code 2024, and there was a robust public participation before the law passed. So we'll now start with the preliminaries of the law. I will not go into too deeply because there are other people who are going to give their presentation. But a brief overview, the Kenyan Building Code is divided into several key aspects. The first one, administration and general provisions, which is the citation and the commencement. It's saying there's a National Building Code 2024, and it's coming into operation on 1st March 2025. When is today? 10th. So as you're seated in the building, you'll be held to account. The building code is in operation. So if you see us coming there, we are enforcing. We gave a full year. It also provides the interpretation and also the purpose of the code. Then it gives the scope of the code, which my colleagues will present more. It sets the standards for design, construction, operation, inspection, and maintenance of the building. It also sets standards for design, building materials, products, elements, systems, and building services, standards for infrastructure services, standards for operation and works at the construction sites, standards for disaster management at the construction site, standards for safety and security of users and occupants of the building. This includes issues of fire, safety and protection, health and sanitation and environmental standards, of safety of occupants, electrical and mechanical installations, building materials and construction methods, and maintenance and renovation regulations. So we also note that there are few exceptions. It shall not apply to the construction and maintenance of a single-story residential building occupied by the owner, but the key term is that building should be made from locally available materials influenced by the cultural traditions of the area. So let me repeat that again. It does not apply for the construction and the maintenance of a single-story residential building, but it doesn't mean residential buildings. It means only the single-story residential buildings that are made from locally available materials, not only made by the locally available materials, but influenced by the cultural traditions of the area. The other thing that is key, that as you adhere to the building code, it does not exempt you from all the other laws, and I'll read them. the Physical Land Use and Planning Act, the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, NCA Act, and any other applicable law. Under the preliminaries, they talk of the supervision of construction work, and it talks of the preparation of the design and supervision of the works in the building shall only be taken by a professional in the field of specialization. And it further elaborates who these professionals are, and this is the physical planner, architect, engineer, land surveyor, building surveyor, quantity surveyor, and skilled worker, duly registered under the law. So it means you can have university qualifications, that is the first step. But even if you hold these university qualifications, you must be duly registered under the law. I'll give you my example. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but unless I have registered for the year and gotten the practicing certificate, even though I have been trained as a lawyer, I cannot go to court. So I think that is what it also means for the professional architect. Is that so? That's so. It also defines who a contractor is, and it says a contractor has the meaning assigned to it under Section 2 of the Act, whose obligations are highlighted under paragraph 466 of the code. And we will also talk about the miscellaneous areas, the substance engineers. One of the key things is that National Building Code 2024, it is now the law and revokes the local government adoptive bylaws, Building Order 68. So under the law, it basically means the local government adoptive bylaws are dead, so they cannot be enforced. The enforcement mechanism is the National Building Code 2024. It means that the National Building Code 2024 supersedes, and you cannot rely on local government adoptive bylaws. Then this section also highlights tables under the first schedules and figures under the second schedules, which may be used as quick references for architects and engineers in designing layouts and externally and internally. So meaning that it provides you practical information where architects and engineers can use for designing layouts externally and internally. They also give indications of dimension strength requirements for select building elements. So I will stop and thank you very much for your attention and your time.
Let's appreciate Advocate Diana. Okay, thank you. At this point, I want to request us, we can break for tea for 20 minutes, and then we'll come and proceed with the next presentation. So let's acknowledge the presence of our county representative, Mr. Patrick. Welcome. Let's sit. Just give me a minute. Members, let's just have a seat. Just a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back again on the podium, and I'll not take time. Mr. Analo is here, and those 30 minutes have been cut to 10. So yeah, let him just give us the remarks of His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi County. And then after that, we can just come and get now into only technical work and no more speeches and etc. So Mr. Analo, I know you've just walked in, but you're an advocate, an astute advocate. We don't need to prepare anymore. Welcome, let's for him. He'll be giving us the remarks on behalf of the governor of this county of Nairobi. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. The Executive Director, National Construction Authority, Engineer Maurice Akesh, and all distinguished members and stakeholders. My name is Patrick Analo. I'm an urban planner by profession and currently the Chief Officer of Urban Planning. Apologies for late. We have a state function at Kamkunji grounds. His Excellency the President is officially launching the Nairobi Rivers Commission works. And as a sector, we are very key in that exercise. Today you'll be seeing a newspaper advert declaring the corridor, what you call the special planning corridor, which is about 30 kilometers of the Nairobi Commission, the Nairobi Rivers. It's an area of influence. It's about 60 meters, 30 meters riparian wayleave, another 30 meters what would call an area of planning development influence. So I had to be there briefly and then come back here. I bring greetings from His Excellency the Governor, together with our CEC who are in that meeting. On behalf of Nairobi County Government, I want to particularly start by thanking the National Construction Authority and the Ministry for taking lead in helping us to have a new building code since 1968. It has been a long journey. It's a journey I'm sure Engineer Kecha probably in his presentation in history, he will tell you there are many people who tried to repeal the 1968 building code and did not succeed. But at least as ED NCA and under the current administration, we can now say we are happy to have a new building code. As a Nairobi City County government, this is a very important exercise to our city. As you all know, this is the capital city of our country. It is the place also where the built environment trajectory for our country and our region, the pace is set by the city of Nairobi, both in terms of the positive attributes of the construction sector, the planning sector, the spatial environment, but also they are abundant. And you know, from collapsing of buildings, failing of structures, informalities, among other issues. So I think, as a city, we are very excited to engage with this process. It's a process that we are very eager to have it completed. And we move to the next step, which I think basically Engineer Cage, I think we probably need to now have regulations stepping down the code in terms of the day-to-day bits and pieces for the technical people to be able to put in place. I'm sure my officers, we have full attendance of our officers here. Probably in their remarks, they will tell you that in our efforts to try and enforce development control in the city, recently we faced a very huge challenge in interacting with the judicial system. Initially, counties would arrest found at site. It's assumed that an illegal site, any persons found at that site are offenders. And traditionally, from contractors, site laborers, supervisors, all those people who would arrest them and arraign them in court. Recently, the Office of Director of Public Prosecution came up with a new directive that they would no longer charge, they would no longer accept to charge people who have been arrested at construction sites and are not the actual developers. That presents a huge challenge to both the National Construction Authority, the National Building Inspectorate, and other law enforcing agents, because it's very difficult in many instances to know who is the actual developer of sites that you interact with. Some of them are foreigners, others are Kenyans who are outside this country, others are Kenyans who are within this country, but they are not reachable for one reason or another. So, Engineer Cage, that's an area I hope we can have this framework, because in my opinion, a framework like this one should also respond to emerging issues within the built environment. We have affordable housing projects which are with us here. Last week, we received the request for Moyo. And in some instances, you find because they are affordable in their nature, there are some requirements which you'd have to consider short. As we discuss this building code, the question again is how do we, handle such projects? Lastly, is the technology. About 15 years or 20 years, it would be unheard of in our city to hear that we have a building that has about 5 basements or even more. Because at that time, the contractors we had did not have the kind of capacity we have presently to drill beyond such distances. But with the entry of foreign investment in our construction sector, and alert you that now that entry has found its way to Nakuru, they are moving up to Eldoret. So it's not going to be a challenge for Nairobi alone. Those other counties also, you must start preparing yourself. How do you deal with the excavations beyond what we traditionally would used to, experience in our city? From the excavation, which produces massive noise, to dumping of the material that is extracted from those excavations, to even managing the safety and security around those excavations. We have one particular one in Upper Hill to build the tallest, structure in Africa, the Pinnacle, which they excavated, and I think the partners, disagreed and exited the site. And that site, up to now, we've not managed to have it refilled because it's a very big void. How do we respond to such instances? Among others, that for example, now we have the rains. If they pound for the next 3 weeks, all voids, construction voids we have currently in the city will be full. How about the quarry sites in the eastern part of the city? What are we doing to make sure during the excavation of materials and the process of decommissioning? You saw what happened at Pipeline. At quarry sites, after the excavation concluded, the operators do not care even to close them. Then they become a dumping site for waste material, and finally, other activities crop in. So, how do we manage our cities in this wake up of new technology in terms of heavy machinery and investment and excavation? So I think, thank you so much for all delegates. I'm very glad to really be joining you. This is a session I would have felt so bad to miss. So I'm very happy, Engineer Cage, to be joining you with the rest of our colleagues. And I look forward to engaging, interacting, and seeing how we can move forward in terms of implementation of the code. Asanteni sana na
Thank you so much, Planner Patrick Analo. So thank you, members. Now I want us to break for tea. It is now, it is 11:22, so we can take 20 minutes. So we kindly be back at 11:45 so that we can proceed with the rest of the presentation. Welcome for tea. Maybe I can pray for tea so that we can break for tea. Let's believe, Father, in the name of Jesus. We want to thank you because of this morning. Thank you because you've been with us. And as we started this session, as we break for tea, we want to pray that you are going to bless it. For in Jesus' name, we pray and believe. Amen. Let's try to take the shortest time because we have so many other presentations to do.
Depends on the, okay, the thing is navigating the edge. Actually, not that not the case now. Kama lazima balance. Sinaona kwamba baada ya hiyo moja notice. Lakini ija screen iko lakini sana kwamba the point is balance. Balance. Pia lighting. Unaangalia Mombasa kwa sababu lighting lakini mpaka sasa itakuwa you not expect blues to go. Aenda kusoma. Usishangae anatokanga hivi wakiona anarudi na mtu amebeba ndoo hivi. Wanda wamalize tu. Tuko wapi? Sana tu. Hizo nimemuuliza ni vazi. How long video inakaaje? Alafu najua ni what does that mean? Chukua tu hivi na preview hapo. I think nenda umesha edit kila kitu alafu kazi yangu ni nini? Utakuta amehepa ule msalimu editia sasa atakuja kwa kasa hizi patikana kufanya nini? Elimu hapo baba.
picture you can be having away here. And this is presentation on external and internal layout of buildings, materials, and elements. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry to cut short, but since I'm the one who's holding the protocols for chairman, I wish to recognize also people who come to support. You know, we have a chairman's WhatsApp group. So if I don't recognize others, they say, "Nipendelea rest." I wish to recognize the presence of two but they are far, but I can walk with the mic and they can.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dr. Jeremy Bundi, the chairman of the Cooperative University of Kenya, formerly the chairman of the Senior University Council, and we are main supporters for the MCA and procedures for licensing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning. And my name is Professor Kamau Kamau, Vice Chancellor at the Cooperative University of Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Another chairman here. That was a vice chancellor. You know, a vice chancellor is a very senior person in this country.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael chairman of Town and County.
Cheza live, endo kwa live, cheza live, wewe peke yako.
Thank you. I return the protocols as was sent to QS Ruto. Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chancellor, for attending, and we look forward to collaborating. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have QS Vincent take us through the presentation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Chair of the director of the board, the director, and all participants standing on the same established protocols. My name is Vincent Wafula Kucha from the State Department for Public Works. And I would like to take this function through the building code on the technical areas of external and internal layout of buildings, materials, and elements. As was said by the ED, what we need today is to sensitize the key stakeholders on the building code. This presentation will introduce the various issues about planning external surfaces, internal layouts, building materials and elements, without going deeply into how it's done. There will be a technical team that will go around the country training the people who actually implement the whole process of the building code. With those few remarks, I now beg to proceed with the presentation. In the building code, the topics that we are dealing with are referenced under section 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 16. The siting and space about buildings. This is very important. This comprises paragraph 7 to 34 of the code. The provisions outlined in this part deal with compliance to basic physical planning requirements, dealing with hygiene, sanitation, dignity, amenity, and general appearance of the neighborhoods. Key points. Buildings should not be sited on dump sites or sites prone to hazardous substances. And here, we need the collaboration of all actors in the whole building industry to ensure that we don't approve buildings that are proposed to be sited in areas with hazardous substances, and dumping sites. We have key stakeholders here. I will also use a bit of my experience from the industry to illustrate some of these examples. NYS once was doing a hostel at the engineering department, and it escaped everybody, and yet the buildings were sited on a dump site, the old dump site. And we had to go through a lot of issues to nullify the designs and redesign and fresh for us to be able to get the whole thing right and to remove the dump that were on that side. So for us to ensure that we don't go through this, it is important that first of all this be identified and be dealt with at the design stage. Now, all building sites should have definite access and be serviceable. The building frontage should meet the standards set in the building code. Sizes of front, back, and sides, open spaces as well as courtyards for buildings must be adhered to. For raised spaces, protection edges are required. Combustible materials should be properly enclosed, and so should T-payats, temporary buildings, coding of construction sites to be as specified. New buildings should not obstruct views on roads or adjacent buildings. They should also not reduce light and ventilation to other buildings. These are general provisions in the code that everybody involved in the planning and administration of the whole building should be aware of and ensure compliance with. Here we have illustrations on design of frontages and general site layout of buildings. Parking spaces. This is covered in paragraph 35 to 46 of the code. The main objective of this requirement is to ensure adequacy of provision for various types of building occupancy. That means you should graduate your parking spaces according to the use with which you want to employ that building. For instance, the parking spaces for a building like the one we are in will be different from the requirements for parking spaces for instance, for a school. There are provisions regarding safety of the vehicles and other users in the spaces where parking is provided. Requirements are stipulated for commercial and other public buildings and should not take into account types of vehicles, garage access ramps, barrier control types, and guardrails and signage. The key points: minimum garage dimension is provided. We are going to see an illustration. Pedestrian gapping, including design thereof, should be provided and approved. Vehicle barrier should be provided so that the vehicles do not get to hit the walls of the parking. Vehicle pedestrian ramps, whether done jointly or separately, standards of gradients and widths are stipulated in the code. Allowing now, because of changing technology, it is now very important that we provide charging portals for the new type of vehicles that are coming into the industry. And these must be provided in parking areas. So, this is an illustration of the type of parking space is allowable. For a small space, it must at least provide for an area where two doors can be accessed from the vehicle. But the best practice would be to have a parking that has access to all doors to the vehicle. Here we have an illustration of car parking guardrails. Then we come to the next part of building materials. This is drawn from paragraph 58 to 59 of the code. Basically, this one outlines the provisions governing the use of building materials in construction works. It specifies the standards required for materials to ensure they are suitable and adequate. It also specifies how the material will be applied and how it will be treated. And all stakeholders are supposed to ensure that the specifications are met, the application standards are met, and the curing standards are met. Key points: all construction materials must be appropriate for their intended purpose. Preparation standards materials must be adequately mixed or prepared to function effectively. The use of materials and methods must adhere to the established standards and codes of practice. Now, use of recycled materials, use of materials utilized earlier must be subjected to tests before approval. If you are using materials, you are utilizing materials that have been utilized earlier, then you must ensure that you have given comfort to the people handling the administration of the construction that these materials are good and fit for use. We'll go to the next part, the space within buildings. This is covered in paragraph 87 to 96 of the code. The purpose of understanding this part: rooms are classified into habitable, multi-purpose, and other rooms. I want to invite everybody to look at the building we are operating from today and appreciate the way the spaces have been designed. And it's very important that in design of these spaces, you must understand the purpose to which the space will be used and how movement into that space, into and out of that space, will be managed. The objective of this part guides designers and owners as to the minimum space requirements for various kinds of space uses. Rooms must be fit for purpose, minimum area of habitable room, and how to calculate space requirements based on number of persons using each such a room must be determined by the professional who is designing that space, including the dimensions. References must also be given to minimum height requirements for rooms and how such dimensions are to be measured. For instance, in a room like this, you realize that the ceiling height is a bit high. This is so as it enables it's able to accommodate this large number of people, and we continue to get the climate without using mechanical means. Although here we supplemented by air conditioning and things like that, but if this thing, it will take us a bit of time before we start feeling uncomfortable. So the building code also provides story heights for various building for various type of users. Minimum dimensions for landing, staircase width, minimum distance to swimming stairs are also provided in the code. Part 4, floors. A floor is the element that we are sitting on. The general provision is that the floor must, first of all, be able to carry its own weight and carry the weight of the intended uses. So in this one is meant to carry people. People are not very heavy, but you will find that in other areas, the floor is supposed to carry services like generators, service provision items like generators, and other equipment. So the floor must be able to be designed to carry, first of all, its own weight, and then carry the elements, the items that it's designed for. Now, for floors that are on the ground, it is important that a determination be made as to the nature of the ground, so that it informs how the ground will be treated and how the floor will be finished. For instance, if it is in a damp place, the proofing must be done. If it is in an area that is waterlogged, probably it should be raised. And the floor should be constructed with materials that have fire safety requirements. And it is suitable for environments that it's made for. For instance, if it is for kitchen or bathrooms, it should be designed to be able to handle what comes out of the kitchen and what comes out of, say, the bathroom. So the key requirements here is that floors must support their own weight and any additional loads with specific fire-resistant materials. Floors in moisture-prone areas need to be water-resistant and non-slippery. The next element is walls. National Building for 2024, building elements, fire safety compliance, walls must meet fire safety standards as outlined in section 21 of the National Building Code, ensuring adequate fire resistance. The wall should be designed to be damp-proof and moisture resistant to protect the building integrity and occupancy. Detailed guidelines dictate wall dimensions, anchoring methods, and installations. So the design of the wall also depends on the environment within which the wall is being built and what the wall is assisting to carry. Glazing and cladding. Again, coming to this building, if you've been out here and you've been in, you've seen that this building, we've used a lot of glass. A lot of glass, so as when you're here, you're able to interact with the outside world. And this glass, one, it should be able to afford you to see what's out there, but it should also be able to provide structural integrity so that the elements do not spill into the space where you are working. And this is found in paragraphs 172 to 183 of the code, provisions for glazing and cladding in buildings as per National Building Code 2024. It specifies the required standards for material installation techniques, safety measures, and design considerations to ensure structural integrity, safety, and aesthetic appeal in buildings. Glazing materials must be secure, durable, and capable of withstanding wind loads while preventing water penetration. If it's not done well, one of the most glass can be very dangerous if it's not handled properly. So again, the construction of glass cladding must be supervised properly by the required professional to give the users of the building to enable them to be sure that this glass is not going to fail at any time. Installation of glass panels must comply with specific British standards, ES 8000 0.2014 regarding thickness and support structures. Safety glazing is mandatory in specific locations, especially where glass is exposed to high traffic or risk of breakage. Architectural glazing and cladding must adhere to various globally recognized standards and include sound insulation measures. And where you are using glass as curtain wall, you must provide for a maintenance system. Window glass cleaning system that is also anchored on very strong supports so that when it's being used from, say, external, it does not endanger the people who are handling it. So when you look at this picture, when you go out there, try and look at this space. It's exactly about the same kind of thing that we have here. And as it is here, it affords you an opportunity to interact with the outside world. This is now cladding, more or less like a loopable cladding material, which should also be of sufficient strength to withstand external forces. Staircase, lifts, and escalators. This part comprises paragraph 194 to 236 of the code. It outlines the requirements for the construction and safety of staircases, lifts, and escalators in buildings. It emphasizes the need for accessibility, safety measures, and compliance with specific standards to ensure the welfare of users, particularly in emergencies. So it's very important, first of all, to cite the stairs and emergency access points in areas where every user of the building can easily interact with them. And they should be properly signed. Everybody should know where the stair is as you interact with the building. Buildings exceeding 1 story must have a staircase with defined dimensions and safety measures, including handrails and proper clearances. If escalators are installed, accompanying staircases must also be built. It means that where there is an escalator, there must also be a staircase. If you've interacted with NHIF building, there is a staircase and then there is an escalator that does not work. So if it was the escalator alone, I'm sorry, but we have to use these examples as so that when you walk there one day, you will interact with it and see the need for having a staircase and an escalator. Because as I've said, this mechanical equipment, it may malfunction, and then we will be left with the option of upward mobility. If escalators are installed, accompanying staircases must also be built. Staircases must comply with safety provisions, including fire safety measures, and must be accessible to individuals with disabilities. Staircases and lifts must be constructed to support anticipated loads and ensure safe movement between floors. Buildings must provide adequate means of escape and access to emergency responders, particularly in the event of fire. Inspection doors and emergency exits must be incorporated, key operated, and operable from inside the well without a key. What we mean that if we have a fire escape door from this room going out, anybody must be able, if there was an emergency, you just push that it opens and you exit. And, for us in the space of operationalizing, managing the built environment, we must ensure that these requirements are met in the designs and in the implementation. Lift wells must be ventilated adequately with specific dimensions for openings. The dimensions for openings, the guidelines are also provided in the building code. Lift wells and machine rooms must support various loads and be constructed from non-combustible materials. And the materials for lifts should be the last material to suffer fire damage in the event of a fire. But 13 deals with roofs and construction. Roof constructions. This part comprises paragraph 237 to 243 of the code. Outlines the essential requirements and standards for roofing construction, emphasizing design considerations, material specifications, installation methods, and waterproofing guidelines. The aim is to ensure that roofs are durable, functional, and compliant with safety provisions while effectively addressing environmental factors such as rainwater accumulation and heat stress. So your choice of roofing material should take into consideration the outside environment. If you know you are in an area where there are sudden heat changes, you should choose material that will not be affected by the sudden drops in temperatures. So the general requirements: roofs must withstand forces, be durable and waterproof, prevent water accumulation and minimize its stresses. Roof designs must be created by qualified engineers or architects and are there to establish standards. Roof designs must be timber, quality, and installation. Timber used in roofing must meet stringent quality criteria, and installation practices must ensure structural integrity. Here, what we mean is that if we intend to use timber as the structure that will be holding the cladding, there are standards for that. If you think you want to use timber in itself as a final cladding, then there are also requirements, the standards for that. All roofing material standards must meet the American system for material testing and the European standards. American and Europe are in the temperate areas, and they usually go through temperate climates, which affects some of the materials that you may have used in the roof and everything. So that is why here the building code has to borrow from those areas on the standards that will be required for waterproofing. Specific construction techniques, including use of flashing and maintaining proper slope angles, are mandated to enhance roof performance. Flashing is the iron sheet between maybe a wall and the roof. Between a wall and the roof, so that the water does not permeate through the edge of the wall and get into the building. Landscaping. For a long time, we finish construction and we don't pay attention to the general area around the building. And this building code has now provided a framework for how to finish the building and give the compound a very good view. Design standards, all installations must are there to recognize standards using reliable design methods and materials. Preparation of designs, including supervision of landscaping works during the building construction phase, shall be carried out by a registered, licensed professional landscape architect. So here again, the building code has it has recognized that there is a professional called a landscape architect that must also be consulted to be able to assist in providing the final product for the general areas around the building. We have what is called soft landscape, which is mostly grass and shrubs, and hard landscape, which is mostly roads and access to the buildings. And the building code has given prescriptions as to how much area of soft landscaping that you must provide for your construction sites. So, and the code has also provided the minimum requirements of the kind of trees that you must have on your construction site. This, apart from beautifying your environment, it also helps you in attaining the requirements of the environment change. Yeah. So this diagram, you can see it kind of it's an illustration just to show the beauty of incorporating hard landscaping, soft landscaping, and having a generally well landscaped and manicured compound around your building. Similarly, this one shows you how we incorporate the various service provisions, the roads, power, the landscape areas. This is a kind of like a stadium design. We can provide a very, very good and properly designed neighborhood. So, the building code has a first schedule of tables that provides guidelines on the items that are noted here: occupancy classification, structural Eurocode, general classification of bearing capacities for various materials, details on walls, air exchange rates and how they will be incorporated in the design, sanitary features, sanitation solutions, fire resistance for floors, beams, columns, curtain walls, etc. We invite all of us, as the ED had directed us, to visit the website and now review, go through all these requirements so that we are all in line with the current requirements of the building code as we go forward to be the ambassadors of the building code. Also, the second schedule provides dimensions for garage, turning circles for vehicles, measurement of floor, plan areas, minimum floor heights, glass thicknesses and dimension limits for the various heights, and lift well enclosure dimensions. Thank you very much. I think that's this presentation on external, internal, and elements of buildings. Thank you for being attentive. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, QS Kuja, for that wonderful presentation. Let's give him a round of applause again. Before you sing in your Bowen Kanda, I'm standing in for GM Susan Ruto. She has stepped outside for a brief moment. I think you can have a glass of water, because I know you still have another presentation. Our next presenter is Engineer Bernard Ware. He's going to take us through structural design and associated works. Presentation will take 30 minutes.
Okay. As it has been mentioned, I'm Engineer Bernard Were. In this part of the program, I shall share with you about structural design and associated works of the National Building Code 2024. As an outline of this presentation, there will be an introduction, which will outline also the importance of structural design, materials and standards as when it comes to issues of structural design. Third one is structural design requirements, professional obligations when it comes to structural design, environmental considerations. We shall also look at private roads specifications, cul-de-sac design, footpath and pedestrian access, drainage and environmental consideration when it comes to private roads and cul-de-sac, maintenance responsibility of private roads, and compliance and inspection when it comes to structural works and construction of private roads. As an introduction, the Building Code Part 6, which covers paragraphs 60 to 86, apply the structural design standards and requirements, which are essential for ensuring safety, stability, and durability of buildings and related structures. It ensures that buildings can withstand expected loads. Of course, when buildings are constructed, there are loads which are applied depending on the use of the building, environmental conditions which depend on the location of the building and the use in which it is put under, and other stresses. Other stresses may be things like earthquakes, wind, while protecting public safety and maintaining structural integrity. There is a figure there that just shows some loadings which are generated on a building. There are loadings which go to a roof truss, there are loadings which go to a beam, there are loadings which go to a slab, there are loadings which go to the columns, and finally to the foundation elements. Buildings are constructed structures. Why is it important to have a structure design? Because a building is a constructed structure designed to provide shelter, to accommodate human activity or house equipment and operations. So, because it's a structure, so structural design is important. They are typically composed of multiple interconnected systems and materials to ensure durability, safety, and usability. There is a figure there that shows different elements interconnected to form what we call a building. Part 24 of the National Building Code details guidelines for the design and construction of access roads, cul-de-sacs, and other private roads. A cul-de-sac is just a private road that has got a dead end. And these guidelines ensure safety, accessibility, and efficient traffic flow within private environments. These provisions aim at enhancing quality and safety of private roads infrastructure within Kenya, promoting a well-planned and sustainable urban development. So if you look at that aerial view of that area, it's pleasing to the eye and it feels also a comfortable place to live in. Why is it important to have a structural design? Number one, to ensure the safety and stability of the structure. When you see some pictorial presentation there, you can see a structure that looks very stable and another one that has collapsed, which means structural design was done in one and another one not. Prevent structural failure or collapse, that's number two. Ensure durability and minimize maintenance needs. So if a building is well designed structurally, the maintenance needs are minimized. Facilitate efficient use of resources and materials. So structural design also ensures that there is efficiency in terms of the resources and material use. Aligns with regulatory requirements and environmental considerations. There are 5 steps, there are 7 steps of structural design. The initial stage is conceptual design, where sketching structural forms and loading parts are created. Then number 2, we have what we call load analysis, whereby automated loads are generated from architectural geometry and codes. And here also, there's the determination of acting forces and moments at this second step. The third step is what we call the structural analysis, where we calculate stresses and deformations on the elements structural elements that have been determined. Then the fourth stage is the system design, where sizes of the elements are selected. That is the size of the beams, the slabs, and the source. Then the fifth step is where we have now the detailing of the elements, whereby the connections are defined and reinforcement and fabrication specifications also stipulated. Step 6 is what we call iterative design drafting. Those specs are put in a form of a drawing, and the defined dimension and checking of the code compliance and are produced, and the document is produced as a structural drawing. And then the seventh step is whereby you have the construction administration, is where we monitor the implementation of the design that has been done. A design of a building shall provide the code, the building code said that a design of a building shall provide adequate structural resistance, serviceability, durability, and reliability to withstand wind, seismic, and accidental loads, right? These designs, the structural design also, shall be provided to withstand flood action for defined flood events, to resist floating, collapse of significant movement from hydrostatic hydrodynamic scope caused by a defined flood event, especially if you have things like underground water tanks, or you have a dam. Complying with elevation requirements. The elevation requirements are given by the architect, so when you do the structural design, they should also comply with the elevation requirements. Comply with the material requirements and utility. So there are those materials which have been specified that we're supposed to use, so a structural design needs to comply with those material requirements. Enable occupant ingress. So a structural design should enable entrance and exit to the building that is being designed. A structural design shall be governed by ultimate limit steps. This is what is the code provides design requirements and pass what we call serviceability limit steps. Step check. The design of structural system of a building shall be carried out in accordance with various approved structural design codes. We used to use what we call the British standards, but we have now moved to what we call the Euro standards, and Kenya has adopted the European standards in structural designs. So the code states that. Still on the requirements of the structural design requirements, paragraph 64 and 66, the foundation of a building shall be designed to safely transmit all loads from the building to the ground. So foundation shall be designed to safely transmit all loads. So we have types of foundation. We have shallow foundation and deep foundation. This is just to mention a few. And under that, shallow, we're talking of spread, strip, or raft. And under the foundation, we have things like piles and caissons. When an excavation relating to a building is carried out or proposed to be carried out on a construction site, and the excavation is likely to impair the safety or stability of any property or service, the owner shall take adequate precautionary measures to ensure that the safety and stability of the property or service is maintained. Now, here is where we have the issues of where the county government representative was talking about deep excavations. So the owner should ensure that there is adequate measures which are put in place to take care of the buildings around and the services that are in that area so that they do not get damaged. When an excavation remains open or during the construction of the foundation in an excavation, the owner shall maintain the excavation in a safe condition. The shoring that has been done, that is just one method of ensuring safety. There are many other methods. So the court stipulates that this should be done. 66. Where the safety or stability of a property or service is likely to be impaired by the excavation, or where the depth of the excavation is likely to exceed meters, the owner shall, 1, obtain approval for the excavation, and 2, take the precautionary measures specified in the approval. Right? An owner shall at least 7 days prior to the commencement of the excavation notify the approving authority in writing of an intention to excavate. Paragraph 67. An excavation that exceeds depth of 3 meters shall be designed by an engineer to ensure that their safety and safety issues are taken care of and all that. An excavation for a foundation shall be taken down to a firm natural ground, and this shall also be determined by the structural engineer. Despite above, it is permissible to cast foundation in field ground if approved design measures are taken to ensure the stability and the serviceability of a building. What it simply means that foundation should be designed for, after taking care of geological survey and geotechnical investigations. The bottom of an excavation in the ground shall be horizontal. Where a foundation is placed on a solid continuous rock, the bearing area shall be cleaned. Where necessary, staked or dowelled to prevent lateral movement of the foundation. You may find that firm ground is on the surface, so it is suitable just to place your building at the surface. But to prevent a lateral movement, then you can step the foundation or you can dowel it to prevent that lateral movement. Except where the foundation for an external masonry wall is placed on a solid rock, the bottom of the excavation for the foundation shall not be less than 300 millimeters below the level of the adjoining finished ground. So what is just saying that the minimum depth of a foundation should be 300 millimeters. Still on structural requirements, welding and fabrication of structural steelwork shall be undertaken only if approved in the design. Right? So welding works shall be undertaken if only approved. A person shall not erect a canopy without approval. A person shall not erect a canopy without approval, and the requirement for a canopy are be of an approved design and construction. It shall be at least 3.2 meters above the level of the footway. A canopy shall be at least 3.2 meters above the level of the footway. It shall not extend outwards from the building to be nearer the vertical plane of the curb line by a distance exceeding 0.75 This one just means that when you have a footway beside the road, the canopy shall not cover that footway. The upper surface of every canopy shall be impervious to moisture and drained in a approved manner and designed to prevent the discharge of water directly onto the road. Paragraph 71 and 72, it talks about the loading on a structure. We have what we call dead loads and post loads or live loads. The dead loads on a building are permanent or static loads and shall be calculated from unit weight given in Kenyan standard 1991-11, which is actions on structures, general actions, densities, self-weight, post loads, and buildings, or from the actual known weights of the material. There are times that you know the exact weight of the material, and at times you can use the densities or which are specified in this standard to get the dead loads that you're talking about. And for the post loads, they shall be in accordance with the same standard or the same code that is specified there. So there is a picture there that just illustrates some of the dead loads we're talking about, like the walling and the floor. That is what we call a dead load. Wind is a live load. People and furniture is a live load. Water stored in underground water tanks is a live load. Roof structure is a dead load. So those are the characterization of loading that we're talking about. When an owner is constructing a structural element, the material used in the construction of the structural element or any component of the structural element shall comply with the relevant Kenyan standards. We have the Bureau of Standards, which takes care of our standards of materials. So what we are saying is that anytime any structural element is constructed or designed, they shall use materials which have got acceptable standards according to our standards in the country. Where a material specified in the Kenyan standard is not available, an alternative material of equivalent or better performance may be used upon demonstrating suitability through laboratory testing using a sample sufficient to give statistically conclusive results. What that means is if whatever that is specified in the standards is not available, we look for equivalent material or something that is better. But this must be proved through laboratory tests. In structural design, we also take care of environmental issues. The code emphasizes the need for buildings to withstand various environmental loads such as wind, earthquake, thermal excursions, ensuring structural integrity and safety. Here is where we deal with the issues of expansion joints, to take care of thermal expansions and all that kind of a thing, earthquake designs, and what we call lateral resistant structures, lateral loading resistant structures. Paragraph 496, 97, and 98, it talks about private roads specifications. So the code mandates that private roads within development must be designed to facilitate easy access for residents, emergency services, and service vehicles. These include stipulations on roads width, the surface material that is supposed to be used, the load-bearing capacity to accommodate various vehicle types. A private road shall be accessible from an existing road or another new road. The code provides that an access or alteration to an existing access to be constructed to a construction site shall be situated and constructed to the satisfaction of the approving authority. A private road shall have a footpath of at least 2 meters width on either side. The width of the carriageway and the footpath in a private road shall be at least that specified in Table 76, set out in the first schedule. So there are so many specifications that are there in the first schedule where we can refer those specifications to. Paragraph 500, 541, 542, 543, up to 546 talks about the curb radius to be at least the width of the footpath, junctions to be at right angle, no undulation onto major roads. A private road shall not have a gradient that exceeds 1/6. The radius of the horizontal curve in a private road or a cul-de-sac shall be at least 30 meters measured to the center line of the carriageway of the road on the cul-de-sac. This is just to allow for well maneuverability of the vehicle and also prevent skidding and things like that. Vertical curve to give clear view of 1 meter high object up to a distance of 40 meters. A vertical curve is when you have, maybe you are going up a hill on the road. So it should provide that an object that is 1 meter, you can see it at a distance of not less than 40 meters. So widening of a private road is also on a curve is also specified in the code. Paragraph 506, 510, and 11. The carriageway of a private road shall have a subbase course of at least 150 millimeter in thickness. In imperial terms, that is around 6 inches. A base course of at least the same, that thickness, that is 150, and a surface course made of a layer that is impervious to water. A capstone shall be of 125 millimeter in width, 250 in height, and at least 600 millimeter in length. The top of a cap shall be between 100 and 150 above the level of the channel adjacent to it. Paragraph 497, it talks about footpaths and pedestrian access. The inclusion of footpaths alongside private roads is required to enhance pedestrian safety. Unfortunately, in our country, especially in Nairobi, footpaths are normally turned to trading places, something that is not really desirable. These footpaths must meet specified width requirements and be constructed with materials that ensure durability, accessibility for all users, including those with disabilities. Drainage consideration on these private roads. This is taken care of in paragraph 513 and 514. Proper drainage system must be integrated into the design of private roads and cul-de-sacs to prevent water accumulation and potential flooding. Most of our roads, especially in the estates, are damaged because of lack of drainage. The code emphasizes environmental sustainable practices such as the use of permeable materials and the incorporation of green spaces to manage stormwater runoff effectively. A manhole cover or grating situated in the carriageway of a private road or a cul-de-sac or access road shall be of the grade as specified in a code KS 1555-1 or these are Kenyan standards. It is 1555-1-6, which specify the grade of manhole that you're supposed to use on the roads. A manhole cover or grating in a footpath or pedestrian way or service lane shall be of grade B as specified in the same code. And still continuing on the drainage on the roads, the cover of a manhole in a private road or cul-de-sac and road provide for drain or sewer for carriage of fall water shall be rectangular. The cover of a manhole for drain or sewer for the carriage of surface water shall be round. A private road or cul-de-sac access road or footpath or service lane shall have channels, drains, and sewer for the carriage of rainwater and surface water to a stormwater drain. Let us look also at the issues of maintenance. The code outlines the responsibility of the property owner or developer in maintaining buildings and private roads and other associated, which simply means that buildings must be maintained. Regular maintenance is essential to ensure the longevity of buildings and roads, enhancing the safety of users. Finally, but not least, is the issue of compliance and inspection. To ensure adherence to these standards, the code mandates regular inspection by relevant authorities. Right? The county governments, NCA, NEMA. Non-compliance can result in penalties, highlighting the importance of following the prescribed guidelines to maintain safety and functionality within private development. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Were, for your presentation. Our next presentation is going to be made by QS Kuja again. And this is on ensuring quality and wellness in buildings. And members, we will have a plenary session at the end of this presentation. So we still have 3 other more presentations to be made. Then I will invite the questions.
Maintain the color. Maintain the difficulty around the color.
Good afternoon again. I'm back again, starting on the same protocols to present the topics of ensuring quality and wellness in buildings from inception to completion. This topic lays forward what is required to ensure that the construction sites are safe as the operations go on, and what will be required of the developer after the construction. So we start with overview. This covers parts of the National Building Code, preparation of construction sites, part 4. How do we prepare our sites? It covers sections relating to lighting and ventilation, then covers sections relating to building inspections and maintenance, part 17, and finally, demolition of buildings. So, preparation of construction sites, hoarding. We've all seen construction sites are fenced with material so that we don't allow anybody into the construction site without proper supervision. And this is a requirement of the building code. This boundary is to remain in place and in good maintenance until practical completion is achieved. And any breaches to it that causes harm to the public will result in sanctions on the contractor and the developer. So permission must be provided for you to access the site. As we prepare the sites, we must take cognizance of the public utilities around the site and ensure that whatever utilities are affected by our setting out are properly reinstated. And if that does not happen, the code provides that the developer shall pay a deposit or give security to the approving authority, so that if that happens, the developer, the authority may reinstate the service and charge it from that security. Preparation steel substructure works. If the approving authority of the owner of unstable slopes or soils at the building locality, the letter is to have statement prepared by an engineer on how to manage such. That means that all your foundation works must be approved by an approving authority before you proceed. So works that fall short of the provisions of the building code, the approving authority may require proof that work done by the owner meets the standards of the code, either by production of documentation, ordering new tests to be carried out within a stipulated period, or instructing them to open up. That means as the works proceed, the people managing the construction, the contractor, and the owner must ensure that proper records are held, so that should there be need to review the records and cause any action that may be required to make the building safe, the records will be available. If that's not available, then the works may be opened up. When the tests are ordered, then the owner should cause a report to be given to the approving authority. The code also lays out that the building must be set out in a manner that we control dust pollution within and arising outwards from the construction works of the building as per the Environmental Management Act regulations of 2014. For purposes of noise control from machinery and equipment, the working hours are stipulated by NEMA. So the works, first of all, must be done within admissible dust emission levels, and the noise must be controlled, and the noise must not continue so as to affect the people who live around the construction site. Where accumulation of combustible debris happens on site, how to deal with this must be authorized in writing. So upon completion of construction, the owner is to clean up debris from site. Failure to comply, you may again be subject. Contractor sheds and facilities. The contractor is required to provide a shed, an office, where he will control activities on site, and the shed must be properly serviced to enable the workers to have a proper working environment where they are able to relieve themselves, to change it to proper operating gear, to control issues of their stores and things like that. And when this is done, all safeguards that require proper operation of a space must be provided. Lighting and ventilation part 10. This is bound in paragraphs 133 to 170 of the building code. There is need for adequacy of lighting and ventilation in buildings, which is fit for purpose depending on the use of each room or space. Provision of natural lighting and ventilation is to ensure the rooms do not cause detriment to health, safety, or cause nuisance to occupants. Standards for artificial lighting and ventilation are also set out clearly in the building code. Ventilation, regarding ventilation and air quality, paragraph 163 outlines the following overarching requirements. Good ventilation for both habitable and uninhabitable rooms. Air intake for artificial ventilation located so as to prevent cross-contamination from building exhausts. Control of use of good chemicals on premises to prevent adverse effects on indoor air quality. All this is provided in the code, and it should be adhered to, and regular inspections must be conducted to ensure that this is what happens. At least one number opening for purpose of natural light and ventilation should be provided. If artificial ventilation is to be used, it will be in accordance with design and certification to an approving entity. So if you are using artificial ventilation, it must also be approved. Artificial ventilation plant should be serviceable, tamper-proof, and discharge condensate in a safe and environment-friendly manner. Very important, because the condensate gases also they also pollute the environment. Corridors, lobbies, or staircases accessing rooms should have means of artificial lighting. Tests on plan to be conducted annually and filed with the approving authority as paragraph 155. Windows and vents should test or ventilate to external air without prejudicing the standards required for lighting ventilation or health of the occupiers of the building. So the code provides the requirements for calculation of how much lighting will be required per floor area or of the room or rooms it serves. For each opening or external wall, a zone of space for lighting is required on the outside of the building in the horizontal and vertical planes as paragraph 137. When rooms open to balconies, galleries, verandas, or courtyards, the code provides for what is required of the material or of the material that will be able to provide light and ventilation, and it is all specified in the code, and this should be there. When extracting heat or vapor in a kitchen extract system, remove grease suspension using an air filter. All these are services that are supposed to ensure that a space that is being used for that emits dust, ashes, has a mechanical system that extracts that and how it should be maintained and kept in a manner that it does not affect the users of the space. Outside air should be supplied at rates meeting or exceeding those specified in the second and third columns of table 2.1 in the first schedule and in accordance with the type of occupancy secretary. So everything is provided in the code. It is up to us to ensure that we design and supervise the construction in accordance with the provisions provided in the code. Habitable rooms, paragraph 1, must have at least one permanent vent placed either on or venting to external wall. We have specifications on ventilating pantries, staircase or passages, paragraph 148, pantries is 147, shops, paragraph 149, provides what is required to be done, garages, paragraph 150, all that is provided in the building code. Spaces designated for specialized activities, paragraph 156. It provides for ventilation of, among other spaces, schools or educational institutions, hospitals, building services, plants, rooms, restrooms with permitted smoking, commercial kitchens, car parks situated at 6th basement or lower, and multiple story car parks. So, how to design and manage the construction of all these is also provided in the building code, and it must be followed to the letter. So huts and fireplaces that use solid fuel appliances should conform to paragraph 155. Conclusion on lighting and ventilation. The building code 2024, if adhered to, will result in suitable indoor built environment which is energy efficient and sustainable with minimal life. Built environment professionals as well as owners of buildings should make every effort to ensure adherence to the requirements, especially as pertaining and ventilation. Building inspection and maintenance. Inspection of the construction site cannot be gainsaid here. It must be carried on periodically as the building is being constructed. But upon completion of buildings are handed back from contractors to the owners. Completed buildings should be kept in good state of maintenance and regularly inspected. Records should be kept by owner and submitted to the approving authority within the intervals required. I know many building owners have not been submitting this to the county government or whoever, but now that NCA is here to ensure this is done, I think a framework will be found where every building must have records of maintenance and issued to the approving authority periodically. Here, the period stated is 5 years. Professionals should be involved in setting up maintenance systems for the owner so that buildings do not deteriorate through the life cycle. Every building must undergo an inspection every 5 years following its completion. This routine assessment is vital to maintaining the building safety, structural soundness, and compliance with regulations. Of course, again, in the last 20 years, we've seen very huge changes in technology. And we've seen people with old buildings trying to input new technology into the old buildings without reference to any approving authority or without using the registered professionals in doing that kind of thing. And in some circumstances, this may result in failure of the building, and the code here has laid out what is required to be done so that as you maintain your building, you are using the right personnel and you have confidence that the maintenance you are doing will not affect your building.
To assess the condition of building thoroughly, the following inspections are performed. Inspection, we do first of all visual inspection. That can be done by anybody. Even if Mama Boga tells you that building is cracking, that calls for action from you. Go also and have a visual inspection. And if you find that the view from Mama Boga was correct, you now need to engage the other professional inspections. B, detailed structural inspection. This now would follow the visual inspection, where you now seek a professional to give you an overview of what you observed. And you will have an overall condition survey, complete check of the building physical state, and where over time, you must always inspect electrical and mechanical systems. Some of the failures of the buildings result from leakages from mechanical systems, where there are leakages on pipes that affect walls and affect slabs and overall affect the whole building. And electrical systems, if not checked every day, can even cause a fire hazard. Specialist investigation focus on specific areas requiring extra attention, like testing material durability. Inspection guidelines. A licensed building surveyor is required to oversee and conduct these inspections. So again, the code has provided that a building surveyor is the one who will issue a report that will ascertain the status of the condition of the building. So follow-up action from inspections. The surveyor's report might recommend further steps, such as reviewing the building design and construction records, recreating the structural plan if they are unavailable, conducting advanced testing to assess material quality and performance, engaging experts for necessary repairs to address identified risks. If issues arise during the inspection, remedial work must be carried out to address them. Demolitions of buildings, part 22. If for whatever reason buildings need to be demolished, care should be taken to ensure the safety of persons carrying out the operations, neighboring structures, and passers-by. In addition, the very structure being demolished must be brought down systematically and the debris arising from demolition disposed in an approved manner. If a building with a basement is demolished to ground level, the owner must provide safe lateral support for the sides of the basement. Now, if construction damages a road, the approving authority either issue a written notice for the owner to repair the road within a specified time frame, or repair the road themselves and recover the costs from the owner. This is the provision of the code. So if you are building next to a road and your construction destroys the road, you know what will be required of you. Pre-demolition duties. Before starting demolition, the owner must ensure the building and the surroundings are clear of people, disconnect and remove utility meters, gas, electricity, water, unless required for demolition. Shut off gas and electricity supplies and remove fittings connected to road lighting, electricity, and similar services. This is so that these services in themselves do not end up harming the people doing the demolition or any people around that construction site, that building site. Must also seal all sewers and drainage connections and remove all glass sashes and doors from the structure. So, and preventing structural collapse, adequate shoring using approved timber or metal props must be installed to prevent accidental collapse during demolition. Electrical cables not being used in demolition should remain uncharged to avoid accidents. During demolition, owners must prevent risk of fire or explosion caused by gas leaks or vapors. Prevent flooding from water mains or sewers and secure external openings to protect people and property. Chutes for material removal. Chutes must be installed safely to ensure no harm comes to people or property. So number 10, handling steel work and frames. When cutting or dismantling steel work, precaution must be taken to prevent sudden twists, springs, or collapses. During the removal of frame structures, measures must be put in place to prevent the collapse of surrounding elements. And that is our presentation for items of energy, ensuring quality and wellness in buildings.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate QS Wafula. I know we've been we've been sitting for long, for the last 2 hours. So as we have the next presenter on the stage, let's just rise for 1 minute. Let's stretch a bit as we get ready for the next presentation. And also on our form, also in our desk, we have a QR code, which is somewhere in your desk. We can scan it and you will be able to give us feedback of this training. Thank you so much. I am not seeing anyone stretching, but at least we've risen up. But thank you. You can stretch and have our seats. Okay. I'm told you do not have that. There is a piece of paper, not the one for the hotel. The one with the notebook is a QR code for the hotel. But for ourselves, it is a loose paper like this. So we can just scan it and you'll be able to give us feedback.
Okay, I'm going to take us through a part of the code that talks about internal and external services systems of the building. This is just about the mechanical services and the electrical services of the building. Of course, you know very well that a building is not complete without these amenities, which make life comfortable when using the building. So we shall talk about part, this is this part 16, no, part 14, part 15, part 18, and part 19 of the building code. Part 14 talks about water services, drainage, waste disposal, and stormwater drainage. Part 15 is about electrical installation. Then part 18 is about non-waterborne waste disposal. And then part 19 is about refuse disposal. Water services, drainage, wastewater disposal, and stormwater drainage. This part of the code provides standards for design, building material, products, and systems for water services, drainage, water disposal, and stormwater drainage. The key elements there is compulsory drainage that is stipulated. That is in paragraph 245. An owner shall ensure that suitable means of disposal of waterborne sewage is available and shall provide drainage installation. So that is the responsibility of the owner to ensure that sewage is properly drained. And number B, provide standards and guidelines of handling sewer and stormwater. Paragraph 24, a person shall not cause or permit sewer discharge from sanitary fixtures to enter a stormwater drain, stormwater sewer, an excavated or constructed watercourse. You shall not also permit sewer to enter a river, a stream, or natural watercourse, whether ordinary, dry, or otherwise. Sewer also shall not be permitted to enter a road or another construction site. A person shall not cause or permit stormwater to enter a sewer installation. We have had cases whereby stormwater is channeled into sewer. That is not permitted as per the code. Still on water services, sanitary fixtures. The code prescribes the design and manufacturing standards for various sanitary fixtures, such as water closets, urinal, macerators, showers, and all that kind of a thing. In paragraph 252, a sanitary fixture shall be made of impermeable, non-corrosive material, have a smooth and absorbent surface, and be constructed and fitted so as to discharge through a trap into a soil pipe or waste pipe as the case might be. Paragraph 274, after a drainage installation has been completed and partially backfilled, the drain shall be tested. So this is very important that sewer lines are tested to ensure, and they are pressure tested. The code specifies the amount of pressure that is supposed to be applied to ensure that the pipes are properly tested. Effluent entering the environment or public sewer. The code provides standards and guidelines for managing this effluent. And of importance here on paragraph 303, all effluent which is on disposal is discharged into environment or a public sewer shall comply with MCA Act of 1999. Paragraph 303, the occupier of premises from which trade effluence is discharged. When you talk of trade effluence, these are areas whereby you have businesses that are taking place. Maybe you have factories, you have hotels, there's chemicals or oils that are being discharged from those areas. So it says the occupier of premises from which trade effluence is discharged into sewer shall construct on the premise a manhole constructed to the pipe or channel conveying the effluence. The purpose of this manhole is that an officer authorized by the approving authority shall have access to the manhole to inspect whatever effluence that is going there. So a provision shall be made in a manufacturing plant to stabilize trade effluence before the effluence is discharged to the environment of the public sewer. Non-waterborne waste or disposal, that is in part 18 of the building code. So this part of the building code provides standards for design, building material, products, systems for the non-waterborne waste disposal. The key provisions here, there's a prohibition. A person shall not construct a pit latrine in an urban area unless it's approved by the approving authority. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, temporary latrine shall be constructed at construction site in accordance with the public health, drainage and latrine rules. When siting a latrine, a pit latrine, it shall not be less than 3 meters from the building or the boundary of the premise. Part 19 talks about refuse disposal. This part of the building code provides standards for design, building material and products, and system for refuse disposal. Key provisions here in paragraph 344, every building shall have an approved means of refuse storage, and disposal. Of course, we know that every building that is being used, there are refuse or there is wastage that's being generated. So there should be an approved means of storing it before it is properly disposed, or it should be properly disposed. So in a low-rise residential building, dwelling shall have access to a movable waste container with the capacity that is given there. That is an example of a movable waste container. In a multi-story residential building or dwelling that is situated above the 4th floor story, there shall be a container that is fed by a chute. Electrical installations, these are on part 15 of the building code. This part of the code provides standards for design, building materials, products, and systems for electrical installation, which involve analyzing, planning, and detailing the electrical engineering services of building to ensure quality, safety, and reliability of the installation while meeting regulatory guidelines and standards. The code states the applied laws, and some of these laws that are applied, we have the Kenyan Standard Law, and the Energy Act 2019. Those are some of the laws that are used in the provisions and designs of the electrical installations. The key provisions, we have a key provision for the internal power supply, which provides the process of installing electrical wiring, conductors, and other associated electrical devices and power supply. The requirement for standby generators where necessary. Something to consider, it shall be located in a place whereby it will not be too noisy to the occupants of the building or to the environment. Issues of master antenna and TV station system. We have seen that in areas, many, especially in Eastlands, everyone puts his own antenna for the TV. It is so unsightly. So the code provides guidelines on how that should be done. Alternative energy source, issues of solar installation. The code also provides guidelines in paragraph 328.2 on how we should go about doing solar installations. CCTV security surveillance systems, this is also provided, the installation of this and guidelines is provided in paragraph 328.3. Alarm systems for purpose of security is provided in paragraph 328.5. Structured cabling is provided in paragraph 328.4 of the building code. Telecommunications, a telecommunication service duct shall be provided separate from other services. You do not combine electrical communication and electrical ducts. They shall be provided differently. A common entry duct within a building connected to an access point that is installed outside the boundary wall of the plot or construction site shall be provided during construction. And that brings it to an end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Were, for that wonderful presentation. Let's give him a round of applause. I think I'm the next presenter. Good afternoon once again.
My name is Engineer Bowen Kanda. I'm the regional coordinator, Nairobi region. I'm going to take us through safety and special considerations in interiors and exteriors of buildings. I think mine will be the simplest of today's presentations, for the fact that the issues are self-explanatory, but they are key in the design when designing. So the overview, this covers the following parts of the National Building Code. That's part 20, that's Roman 20. Part that's people living with disabilities. Part 21, fire safety and fire installations. Part 23, disaster risk management and construction on construction sites. On part 21 and 20, on people living with disabilities, it's captured under paragraphs 352 to 362 of the Building Code. It outlines specific regulations and guidelines for ensuring accessibility in buildings for individuals living with disabilities in accordance with the Kenya standards, ISO 21542, which is on accessibility and usage. It emphasizes the need for thoughtful design in public spaces, including pathways, ramps, lifts, doors, restrooms, facilities to facilitate easy access and usability. On the design requirements, buildings must be designed to enhance accessibility, including appropriate access points and facilities. I think these access points are the entry and exit points. And facilities include the parkings, washrooms. So on buildings must facilitate access in compliance with the Kenya standards, ensuring that individuals with disabilities can use all facilities without hindrance. A wayfinding system in public spaces is mandated, incorporating warning cues and auditory signals for navigation. On access pathways, pathways must be barrier-free with specific guidelines for ramps, curbs, and lifts. Access must be provided from the boundary to at least one entrance and a lift with no steps or barriers impeding wheelchair access. For garages, at least one accessible parking space is required, not at least 1% of total spaces, whichever is greater. That's for garages. For ramps, ramps must be designed with specific dimensions, including a minimum width of 1.5 meters and appropriate landings and gradients to ensure safe use. On restrooms, accessibility, regulations specify the number and design of water closet cubicles for individuals with disabilities. Each floor must have a minimum number of water closet cubicles designed for use by individuals with disabilities, with one cubicle for up to 20 total cubicles or 2 if the total exceeds 20. That means if there are less than 20 cubicles, closets, you provide 1, but more than 20 cubicles, you provide 2. Accessible cubicles must be strategically located to allow easy maneuverability with clear space in front to accommodate wheelchair users. I think in most buildings nowadays, I think there is that provision. Auditorium provisions. Public auditoriums must include designated wheelchair spaces. Public auditoriums must allocate one wheelchair space for every 400 seats with specific dimensions for these spaces to ensure comfort and accessibility. I don't know where we are, if there is that provision. Do we have one where we are now? We are less than, well, not, we are less than 400. On room accommodations, buildings classified as H1 must provide accessible rooms for individuals living with disabilities. I think this H1 stands for residential buildings. So buildings classified under occupancy category H1 must provide either 2 accessible rooms or 5% of the total room count, whichever is greater, ensuring adequate facilities for individuals living with disabilities. In conclusion, the provisions set forth in this part are crucial for promoting inclusivity and accessibility in the built environment for individuals living with disabilities. By adhering to these guidelines, designers and builders can create spaces that are not only compliant with legal standards, but also enhance the quality of life for all users. And key takeaways include the importance of thoughtful design in public spaces, the necessity of accessible facilities, and the commitment to providing equal access to all individuals, regardless of their physical abilities. I think under this, for people with disabilities, I think also the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides that there should be inclusivity, non-discrimination, and accessibility. So I think this code is in tandem with the Constitution of Kenya. On part 21, Roman, that's fire safety and fire installations. This part comprises paragraphs 363 to 450 of the code. It delineates comprehensive fire safety and fire installation regulations designed to ensure the safety of occupants in buildings during fire emergencies. The provisions also emphasize the importance of architectural design, construction practices, and operational standards to minimize fire risks, facilitate evacuation, and maintain structural integrity. Key areas covered include firefighting infrastructure, fire resistance of materials, escape route design, and specific regulations for various types of buildings. Still on fire safety design requirements, the design of buildings must prioritize occupant safety during fires, enabling safe evacuation and minimizing fire spread. Multi-story buildings must control smoke generation and allow access for firefighting operations. And buildings must be designed for effective occupant evacuation and to limit fire spread while maintaining structural stability. On firefighting infrastructure, regulations mandate specific firefighting equipment and access provisions in buildings, particularly those exceeding 6 stories. Buildings taller than 6 stories are required to have firefighting lifts and staircases, ensuring unobstructed access within 60 meters of any area. I think I've known in this industry, I've not seen firefighting lifts. Do we have firefighting lifts? Remember, they are separate from the normal lifts. Do we have specific buildings here in Nairobi or our cities with firefighting lifts? Personally, I have not seen any. I think this is an area that we are going to run with to ensure that all the existing buildings provide for the firefighting lifts. Public buildings must be equipped with essential fighting equipment, including hydrants and hoses. On fire resistance standards, structural components must meet defined fire resistance ratings based on occupancy classification and building height. Different structural elements must comply with specified fire resistance ratings. For instance, external walls of smaller houses require a minimum of 30 minutes of fire resistance, while larger buildings may require up to 2 hours based on occupancy classification. On escape route regulations, adequate emergency escape routes must be provided with clear guidelines on their design and maintenance. Buildings exceeding 2 stories must have a minimum of 2 escape routes with a maximum travel distance of 30 meters to an escape door. Emergency routes must be clearly marked and constructed from non-combustible materials. Still on fire safety and fire installations, separation of occupancies, buildings with mixed occupant type must incorporate fire division walls to prevent fire spread, with varying fire resistance ratings based on the risk associated with each occupant type. I think we have different types of buildings with mixed occupants, maybe commercial, then residential upstairs. On material restrictions, building materials must adhere to non-combustibility standards to enhance overall fire safety. Combustible materials are restricted in specific areas of buildings, particularly in suspended ceilings and wall finishes, and the use of non-combustible materials is emphasized to enhance fire resistance. On emergency access and signage, the regulation requires clear signage indicating emergency routes and ensure that construction sites provide adequate access for firefighting operations. In conclusion, the fire safety regulations outlined in Part 21 of the National Building Code are comprehensive and essential for protecting occupants while minimizing fire risks in buildings. Key components such as firefighting infrastructure, fire resistance ratings, and the separation of different occupancy types play critical roles in enhancing overall fire safety. Compliance with these regulations is imperative for safeguarding lives and property in the event of a fire, with particular attention needed for buildings, significant height, or those housing hazardous materials. By adhering to these guidelines, architects, builders, and safety inspectors can ensure buildings are equipped to handle fire emergencies effectively. The emphasis on non-combustible materials, accessible emergency routes, and regular maintenance of fire safety installations fosters a proactive approach to fire safety, ultimately contributing to the well-being of all building occupants. On disaster risk management on construction sites, that is Part 23 of the Building Code, focuses on disaster risk management on construction sites, emphasizing the importance of preparedness, safety, and resilience during construction activities. These provisions aim to enhance the safety and resilience of construction sites in Kenya, ensuring that disaster risk management is integral to the building process. As you can see, that gentleman marking a risk management register. Before commencing construction, developers are required to conduct comprehensive risk assessments to identify potential hazards such as floods, earthquakes, or fires. Based on these assessments, a detailed disaster risk management plan must be developed, outlining strategies for mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. A person undertaking a design, planning, preparation phase in the use of demolition of a project shall take account of general principles of disaster prevention in the performance of those duties during all stages of the project. As you can see, there is a risk management plan. That is the process. Number one is the risk identification. Number two is risk assessment. Number three, response planning. Number four, monitoring and controlling. And number five is reporting. On safety protocols and training, the code mandates the implementation of safety protocols tailored to the specific risks identified on site. This includes regular training for all construction personnel to ensure they are equipped to handle emergencies effectively, thereby minimizing potential harm. A contractor shall provide a person carrying out construction works under his supervision with the information and training needed for particular work to be carried out safely and without risk to health, including suitable construction site induction and personal protective equipment required to offer them protection during construction work. Under paragraphs 467, 468, 471, 473, and 476 of the National Building Code, an owner shall maintain a health and safety file which shall contain all health and safety information relating to a project, construction site, or structure. There shall be suitable and sufficient safe access to a place of construction works or another place provided for the safe use of a person while at the construction works, which access shall be properly maintained. Every part of a construction site shall be kept in good order and in a reasonable state of cleanliness. A scaffold shall not be erected, added, altered, or dismantled, except under the supervision of a contractor. An engineer shall inspect all scaffolds before they are used. I think this is an area we are having a big challenge in the industry. A site of a working platform or working place which is at a height that exceeds 2 meters shall have a cladding designed by an engineer. A ladder used in construction work shall be of sound material, good construction, and adequate strength for the purpose of which it is used, with rungs evenly spaced. Under paragraphs 477, 478, 480, 481, and 482 and 483 of the Building Code, a material shall not be placed or stuck near the edge of an excavation, pit, or opening in the ground in a manner likely to endanger persons below the excavation or pit or the opening. Effective measures shall be taken to secure and maintain adequate ventilation of a working place in an excavation, pit, or added tunnel, shaft, caisson, or other enclosed or confined space. A person employed in construction works shall wear suitable boots made of strong material that completely covers all their toes when engaged in processes involving the use of cement. Demolition works or dismantling works shall be planned and carried out in a manner that prevents or reduces danger. An explosive used in construction works shall be stored, transported, and used safely and securely. And final, practical measures shall be taken where necessary to prevent danger to a person, including the provision of supports or buffering, to ensure that an excavation or part of an excavation does not collapse. Under paragraphs 487, 488, a contractor shall organize the construction site in a manner such that pedestrians and vehicles are able to move safely and without risk to health. Suitable and sufficient measures shall be taken to prevent or control the unintended movement of a vehicle or to ensure that where a person may be endangered by their movement, the person having effective control of the vehicle shall give suitable warning. Suitable and sufficient measures shall be taken to prevent the risk of injury to a person during the carrying out of construction works arising from fire or an explosion, flooding, any substance that may cause asphyxiation. On emergency preparedness measures, paragraphs 490, 491, and 492, as outlined, the 6 bullets, the 6 bullet points. On structural resilience, that's paragraph 470, as explained by Engineer Were, those are earthquake resistant structures design, vibration damping structure that's been designed, and seismic isolation structure, as you can see. I think Engineer Were took us through. So design and construction practices must incorporate features that enhance the structural resilience of buildings against identified hazards. This includes adhering to engineering standards that mitigate risks associated with natural disasters, ensuring the longevity and safety of the structures. On structural resilience, that's paragraph 470 of the code, practicable steps shall be taken to prevent danger to any person, ensure that a new or existing structure or a part of the structure which may become unstable in a temporary state of weakness or instability due to the carrying out of construction work does not collapse. A buttress, temporary support, or temporary structure shall be designed, installed, and maintained to withstand a foreseeable load which may be imposed and only be used for the purposes for which it is designed, installed, and maintained. I think with that, I'm through with the presentation, as this other section was handled by Engineer Were. Thank you.
For the wonderful presentation. Let's give him a heartier hand clap. So we are now at the session for plenary. Just a reminder, the topics we covered was the introductory and explanatory parts of the building code, external and internal layouts of buildings, structural design and associated works, ensuring quality and wellness in buildings, internal and external systems of building, and safety or special considerations in interiors of the building. So we have a very brief window for questions, and this is your time. I need members of the NCA team to stand strategically in the different parts of the room to enable us pass the microphone around so that we can be able to address the question. So let us have your hands up if you have a question. Okay, we have a question. Are you asking? Oh, okay. Okay, the second question. Okay, for the first round. Okay, because you're closest to me, I'll give you the honor of having the first question, sir.
Thank you very much, Advocate Watila. I see a minefield of court cases against this code. One, it was published in March last year, and it's only now that we are starting sensitization. Kenyans, being who they are, as I know them, are going to challenge even that delay of 1 year. They may want an extension, or they may contest the constitutionality of the whole code. But the simple one, Wakili Watila, is this. This code exempts one funny type of building. A building that is single-storied, residential, occupation by the owner, built using traditionally available materials. What type of building is that? Is it a manyatta? Is it a hut? Is a grass thatch? What is it? Or if somebody builds a small bungalow somewhere in Kiambu or in Machakos, in the rural area, and he says the stones are from here, the cement is from this shop, and the iron sheets are here. Is that a traditional building? That's one that we need to explain. If it's not clear, then can be taken advantage of in court. Then the next one that comes to my mind is this. At the CDF, we are struggling on how to implement the requirement of Article 54, Clause 1C, about the rights of PWDs to access public buildings. And what we are struggling with now is where you are designing a public building and you want to comply with that requirement of the Constitution, and you decide that instead of designing a ramp, instead of designing a staircase, you only have a ramp. And you avoid duplicity of costing in construction of a staircase and then a ramp. If the ramp has the specification that we have in the code, in terms of rising and all that, is it possible to design a building and have a ramp instead of a staircase? Or you must have both? And then again, PWD friendly escalators and lifts. To what height do you have in mind And again, if it's a public building, to have this as PWD friendly, can you simply have an escalator or escalator and a ramp? And lastly, buildings that contain highly combustible materials, like petrol stations, have a high risk of fire outbreaks. But how come when in this city and elsewhere in our country, we have new petrol stations that around them have hospitals or bars and nightclubs? I do think that a hospital will have people who find it difficult, very difficult escaping from a fire. How come you have a petrol station and also together? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my learned senior. We've picked up the question. The CS will be able to answer. He's available? Okay. She was second, then I'll come to you.
Thank you. My question is from Engineer Bernard's presentation on structural design and associated works. And you pointed out that Kenya has adopted the European standards, and previously it's like we had the British standards. So my question is, why have we adopted the European standards? So why the shift from the British standard to the European standards? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question goes to generally and specifically in enforcing this code. I would maybe be interested in knowing how is it going to work, because it seems to have been brought together nearly 5 agencies. So one, in consideration of the Schedule 4 of the Constitution that puts devolution of planning services and approvals under specifically under the county governments. Are we now going to create another bodies or body that is now going to involve MCA, Public Health, PLUPA, NCA Act together in doing building inspections, one? Or are we now going to, for example, if you go to a building site, somebody from environment comes, prosecutes their own offense, Public Health, physical planning, NCA, etc. Number two, how are we going to, we are struggling to minimize the process of doing business, whereby we are coming up with single kind of, for example, in Nairobi, we have come up with a unified business permit. If we go to an inspection site, are we going to, by using this code, subject architects, contractors, and all the people in the built environment to a multiple of other inspections? So that today, 5 people are on site, tomorrow another 5, the next week another 5. How are we going to implement this code, bearing in mind, and remember, this is going to, this might, as Honorable Mheshimiwa Olago said, this is actually going to be contested very, very bitterly in court. You must prepare for that. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take one more question, then we have an answer, then we have another round.
Yes, I'm proud that, it was well thought out presentation that I've had. The challenges are enormous. 2, on areas of values. 3, on those who are going to be engaged, on the quantity surveyors, even on the other institutions that we are going to, I think, as we talk about this code, they must then come up with an institution, a one-stop institution, whereby then it will be able to license, it will be able to verify, to give verifiable data, but on those existing buildings as well we are talking of, to include even the physically disabled and make sure the code works is a big challenge. And finally, this one I would have wanted to get from the engineer Bernard. Engineer Bernard, my concern is very simple and basic. Simple and basic in that all what we have said, there's a financial implication. Me as Wambugu Wagethaiga, I am developing a building in Mombasa, yes. We are talking about being cost effective, yes. I'll have to get an engineer, yes. We've been having problems even with the existing institution due to corruption, even within the county. To avoid corruption again, I think you should have one-stop mechanism for the code itself, imbued, to remove even the cost that will go and pursue the area of our corruption. Another field ya kukula pesa. Tukiitishwa pesa. Hii ingine lete pesa. Mambo ya sewage pesa. Gorofa juu pesa. So to avoid this, may we combine it and come up with a one-stop station whereby pesa should not be an issue. Tupunguze hiyo. And then we remove our county institutions now. Zipewe mtu moja wakudili na yeye. Kama ni engineer architecture, basi hawa anafanya na hawa wengine wote, hata kwa design za nje na ndani.
Thank you very much. Let me have your name. Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Engineer Bernard, please address the questions and also the rest of the presenters.
Okay, I think there are two questions. I will first of all deal with the issue of Eurocode. Why did we have to move Eurocode? The world is unifying in most cases. The Europe countries decided to do their things as one. Initially, British were doing their own thing. The Germans were doing their own thing. And then we also have the French are doing their own thing. But they decided because of the European Union, they standardize whatever they have. And because we were using the British standards, and the British also decided to take the European Union standards, Kenyan, we followed suit. Yeah. We also adopted the British standards because we were colonized by them, and then we followed what they gave us. So we decided to follow suit. Wagidaiga, you are right in terms of financial implications. When you want standard things and good things, there are always financial implications about them. But the issues of our moral standards or corruption, that is something that as Kenyans we need to deal with ourselves also, not only in construction industry, but even starting from our homes, everywhere. It's something that has permeated so much into our society. But it comes also, it starts with the personal responsibility on how we view ourselves. How do we carry out ourselves? All right? Every law in this country, it is a chance to be misused by the enforcers. So if enforcers and those people who are supposed to implement the law or to abide by the law decide that we are going to abide by the law, then we fight corruption. But if we decide to break the law and cut corners, then it's become difficult. Doesn't matter how well a system is, it will be a problem. Thank you.
Also, there are questions that overlap on the issue of enforcement. The question that was asked, are we going to create an oversight body? Is it in existence? How do we deal with the conflicts with the mandates? And so how? No, because it's an enforcement issue.
Okay. We have been trying to go into a place whereby you have a one-stop place where all approvals are done. That notwithstanding, we have institutions that are in place right now. I think we start from there with the institutions that are in place right now, and we work forward. This building code was not there initially. It has come. Now that it has come, we are seeing the other things that need to be put in place. As we proceed, the main thing that I think we should do is being accommodative and what can I say? And synergizing whatever these institutions are doing. We have a situation whereby each institution want to say, this is my area, this is my area, this is my area. But when a building is being put up, it's being put up for the public or for everyone. So it is working together. That is the principle that will ensure we go forward. And we look at what laws do we have? What systems do we have in place? Are they working for us? If they are not, how can we dismantle this and build new ones and we proceed? Of course, there will be rubbing of shoulders. Some people will be saying they're losing work, they're losing opportunities to make money and things like that. But that is inevitable. If it is going to serve the public, then let's accept it. We bite the bullet and we go. That is my opinion about that. Thank you.
Okay, before I move on to that, I would want to give a Director of Planning an opportunity to speak. I know he has very strong conviction on that question. In terms of enforcement, do you see that is there any room for interdependence, or what do you think is the county's strategy? Looking now that the building code is here.
That's a bit of a tough question. It might be best suited for the legal experts. But what I can say is this. Building code itself is the National Building Code is a very good document for the country. But as my colleague stated, that if you go to the 4th schedule of the Constitution, where we can see the functions of the national government and county governments are clearly demarcated and provided for. NCA is under Public Works, I guess, and Public Works has been devolved. Now, I think for the legal experts, let's see if we are not creating a legal quagmire for the enforcement agencies, because we should not be rubbing shoulders as stated earlier. We should be working in a harmony, complementing the roles of each agency. So to me, some little bit of fine tuning is still needed in the area of enforcement. Given there was a building code which existed, which was under the local government adaptive bylaws, and it was being implemented in the local authorities by then, which is the county governments now. So has it been redirected somewhere else, or it's still the same way? That's the dollar question. Thank you.
So in terms of the constitutionality of the law, I believe the process of the law followed all the required steps, and we've not had any legal challenges on that. In terms of the mandate, all the agencies are independent to their mandate. However, that does not bar us from having interdependence. And we've already started a process where we work as a multi-sectoral group, where we go to the ground and every agency determines what falls within their mandate. It's very interesting on the question of the one-story building. I know we've had robust discussions on that, but I think they believed the traditional buildings built at home, so that when someone is making a traditional, what would be local material and seen as traditional from that area, and it's one-storied, they would not have to go and seek the building permission. I've heard what you've said on the rights of PWD. I think those should be prioritized. And part of the building code is they are having now, there'll be mandatory inspections, and part of the inspection checklist looks at the issue of the rights of PWD. Is the building accessible? Meaning, is it a ramp? Can a wheelchair go in? If it's more than a certain number of stories, does it have a lift? But I believe also NCA should take that as something very important and ensure even within the inspections that is prioritized. So we can take like 3 more questions before we can close. I see many. Okay.
Thank you again for the wonderful presentation. My name is Engineer Hilary Ojwang from the National Building Inspectorate. Mine will be maybe a question on the materials, because that's where, as practitioners on the ground, you have found a challenge. Sometimes you may find that substandard materials have already been brought to site. And I know the county also has cess collecting points for once the material leaves the quarries. Mine is to see how best the agencies, the state agencies and the county can come up in establishing standards to ensure that no substandard materials is found on site.
Thank you, Engineer.
And then
no. I will just request you so that we can allow other people to talk.
Okay.
You to have a seat. So I think we can pick something from him that we need to come up with guidelines between all the different agencies involved in construction on how to handle materials. You'd want to answer that also? Okay.
Thank you. Mine is on deep excavations. So the code has dealt so much on the professionals supervising the deep excavations, but you've left out the contractor on this. I think to me, this is a specialized area which needs a specialized contractor, not just any other. Thank you.
Okay, you will note that and answer that. We come lower. Okay.
Thank you so much. My concern is based on the presentation on safety and special consideration in interiors and external buildings. Thank you so much. I see that you are talking somewhere on renewable energy, and that presenter stressed only solar energy in the chapter on installations, but I would wish to see if wind energy, even those particular small wind turbines, could also be included there, because they are part of the renewable energy. The Mini Grids Act, which seems suspended right now, explicitly detailed aspects of it. And Kenya is particularly in partnership with the European Union. Good luck, President Trump has rubbished wind turbines, and this gives EU-Kenya cooperation an opportunity. I see Germans and Frenchmen, engineers, designing so many of such. I think even if there's no great demand immediately, there should be a provision for it so that in future, if there's demand, it can be incorporated. That is my observation and question.
Okay, so Engineer Bowen, please, when we end the plenary, you will answer that. Sorry. Next.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Francis Kerr. I have concern. According to the research, the year 2040, the majority of people will be living in the cities. My concern is about the food. Do you think we are going just to depend on building houses? We need also to come up with a plan how we will be getting food. My last question, my last concern. We have two bodies called the National Construction Body. We have another one called the NEMA. To me, those two bodies are dead bodies in this country because whatever they are doing, they are not doing their work. Thank you very much.
Okay, so QS Kucha, since that's under ensuring quality and wellness, you'll answer the question of on food and also on the question of the effectiveness of NCA and NEMA. Any questions? Okay.
My name is Newton, representing a special interest group in the UDA party. My first is a concern. Next time you have such a meeting, consider having sign language interpretation. The question is on safety and special considerations in interiors and exteriors of buildings, on enforcement and practicability. So my question is, especially during construction, where especially members of the PWDs, during construction when they get injuries due to failure in enforcement of such an act, or this act when it comes to be, you are simply told, go home, and you go home with your own issues. What measures does the act then provide to take care of such occurrences? Because now I'm seeing a lot of legal charges and suits due to failure in enforcement of this act. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It's well noted that when planning meetings, please let's make sure it's accessible to persons with disability, not only in terms of being able to access the building, but being able to understand what is going on.
Hiya. My name is Hezron Bugwa. I have a question on the introductory and exploratory parts of the building code. And there is one area that Advocate Diana Watira said that the National Building Code 2024 therefore revokes the ROCO Government Adoptive Bylaws Building Order 1968. My question goes to the NCA. If somebody has a license which is already approved by the local government, does it mean that those licenses, because the CELIA is already revoked, does those licenses become revoked? What we are going to do?
My name is Mwangi Masharia, and I have a question with regards to the building code. Now, we have new construction methods that are coming up, and one of them is what I happen to specialize in, which is 3D concrete, 3D concrete printing in terms of construction. I looked at the building code that was presented to us, and I haven't seen any code that mentions these newer technologies, 3D printing, precast, EPS. Where do we stand when it comes to these construction methods? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go back to the legal questions. We have CS Lukoba here, who's very excited and ready to clarify.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm answering from the back. I was not party to
Maybe I should go to the front. So, so you know, I've been called an engineer. So I will accept that for today, but don't call me to site to inspect your project. I'll probably crash it. My name is Samson Lukoba. I'm a lawyer. I'm the Corporation Secretary and Head of Legal at the National Construction Authority. I was not party to the presentations. I also today wanted to learn from the presenters, and they did a good job. So there have been questions about the constitutionality of the code, given that it has come into effect 1 year after publication. And that question came from none other than the chair of the National NGCDF, I believe, who is also a former member of parliament. And I can assure him that, that's a clause that actually parliament wanted inserted in the code to ensure that there is transition, because if the effective date was, it came into effect immediately upon publication, probably there would have been a lot of chaos. Institutions, including counties, needed time to put systems in place, because as you see, in terms of what is in the code, there are very many changes that have come into place that require systems to be in place so that everybody complies. Now, if you go to your approval, probably dated, first was on a Sunday, 28th was, first was a Saturday. So if you go to your approval on the 28th of February, 2025, and the code comes into effect on the 1st, the law does not work in retrospect. It's expected that unless there's any provision that is really not complying, your approval is valid to the extent that you have 2 years within which you're supposed. Most counties, I think, issue approvals based on the 2-year period, such that you're supposed to finish construction mostly in about 2 years. If you don't finish, you need an extension beyond the 2 years. So your approval remains valid, and you will be able to commence your construction with that approval. However, should you not construct within that period, and you want to commence construction probably after 2 years, the expectation is that any extension of that renewal should be based on the code that came into effect on the 1st of March 2025. In terms of the roles of counties and national government, I think it is clear the Constitution has delineated and delegated roles to the various levels of government. Even under the physical works, there are certain functions like policy and standards that have remained at the national level, so that there is uniformity across the country. However, when it comes to the approvals that are issued by specific counties, each county must issue approval for developments that are within its area of jurisdiction. There's no conflict when it comes to that. NCA will license, register, and license a contractor. So the expectation is that the contractor's project must be registered by NCA. That is where we check the approval that has been issued by the county. It cannot be revoked, but the expectation is that it must comply with the requirements of the National Building Code as gazetted. So I think it's important that we understand that there are functions that are both at national and county, and each party has a role to play when it comes to implementation of those functions. So thank you for that opportunity. Oh, there was the other question on the one story, the exemption that has been given. Again, a very important exemption that was inserted by National Assembly, taking into account the fact that we must be conscious of our economic level as a country, not to deny people housing. If you want to do your traditional housing in the area where such housing is constructed, then you are allowed to do so. But there are also exemptions. In fact, we go back now to the NCA Act, which has also provided for a building with a structural element that may require design, where you must get an engineer. In that case, it must be approved. So if it has to be approved, then you have to go through the process of approval for such a type of design. So there are checks and balances that have been put into the law that will ensure that it is not abused by those who intend to do so. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give the presenters each less than 1 minute to address the questions.
Thank you. There was a question on whether when there's injury on site, has the code addressed that? The code does not work as a standalone a document or a legislative instrument. There are other institutions which look at things like that. We have what we call DOSH, Department of Occupational Health, Safety and Health on at workplace. It also specifies that a construction site needs to be registered as a workplace. So if an injury occurs, you can get your redress from there. The code states very well that you're allowed to follow other laws which apply to construction works. Then about new technologies, that is 3D. The code mentions about other codes which are being used, like the European standards, the CABE standards, and all that kind of a thing. We have, of course, new technologies which are coming up. But these new technologies, before they're accepted, they are also governed by codes. So those codes are automatically assimilated into this code the moment they're accepted through the process that is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. You asked me to react to the matter of emphasis on construction without proper reference to food supplies. It's a very difficult thing to say. Well, we live in an evolving system. And as we address the issues of construction and proper construction, I'm sure there are also other government agencies addressing issues of other supplies. For us, I think the most appropriate issue to deal with would be, now that we are regulating construction, are we also working with other facilitators like roads, sewer, water? All those are in this environment. Right now, even the affordable housing program, the emphasis has been vertical. Vertical. That means that the government is trying to free land for other development and other uses. So I will not go into the area of food supply, as I don't think I'm competent, but I think the government in its entirety has a way of internalizing all these matters and ensuring that the population for which it's developing housing will be able to be fed.
On the issue of reusable energy, I think the code encourages developers to incorporate renewable energy sources such as solar and wind. So it's captured in the code on the use of reusable energy or renewable energy.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's give all the facilitators a hearty hand clap. Stella, I don't know if you want to talk about the sign language, the question that was brought, since you're part of the training committee. Okay, that's okay. You don't have anything additional to say. Madam Ruto, please, I want to welcome you back to continue the session.
Let's appreciate our MC for the plenary session. Okay, thank you so much. We've had a long day, so we are coming to the end of our session for today. But before we come to the closing session, allow me to invite one of my colleagues from the introduction of Executive Director. He had indicated that we will have from tomorrow, it was supposed to start from today afternoon, from tomorrow, the next 2 days, we'll have technical training where we will have our trainers who will be going into the detail of the building code. So allow me to invite Dr. Clement Mbore just to give us the way forward on how that training will take place. And then from there, we will come to the closing session. Just 1 minute.
Good afternoon. So as my colleague has said, tomorrow we are starting on the actual detailed training. And what we have done is to identify groups. I think most of you have been putting down their names on the list that are titled Tried Back. So we have identified the various groups or categories of stakeholders to be trained. We have the county government, we have the government ministry officials, we have the professionals in the construction industry, we have contractors, site workers, supervisors, we have private sector bodies and societies, we have learning institutions, we have special interest groups, and we have the general citizenry. All those groups may not be possible to be trained in a forum like this one. So what we intend to do is to group them starting from tomorrow so that each of the groups can go into detail into those areas of the code that are relevant to them so that they can be able to work better in their areas of jurisdiction. And that is what we're going to do tomorrow, going to Wednesday. And the sessions will start at 8:30 tomorrow. So all the persons who are here and they have registered, and those of you who have not registered, please register. There's a desk at the door there where you can register. So you report tomorrow at 8:30. We go all the way to 4 o'clock. So we shall try to scrutinize the code into detail. You can see today we have just highlighted some of the areas. But what do you do in your specific area? So I want to continue to emphasize what has been said, that without the code, possibly we may not be able to construct quality buildings. We may not be able to construct safe buildings. And a good understanding of the code will help you to do so. And you also act as our agent so that you can be able to propagate the good news, so that you can avoid prosecution in case you are non-compliant. So we want to emphasize that please let us all attend those sessions from tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clement. At this point, allow me to invite our CEO, Engineer Maurice Akech, to lead the closing remarks.
When I look around the room and I look at the time, I can only conclude one thing, that building code has become the most interesting instrument, and it has what we call public interest in it. That's why you may be yawning, but you're not standing to go away. As we come to the end, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all of us for attending this first session of the 47 sessions we'll have across the country in all the 47 counties. to sensitize, do a civic education, and train on the Building Code 2024. I will not take very long because after the presentation, you raised your issues, which also have been addressed. But in this room, there's also the supreme decision-making organ for National Construction Authority, represented by the Board of National Construction Authority, sitting here. We have, of course, early in the morning, had from the chair of the board. But in this closing session, I will shortly thereafter invite the vice chair so that he can also address you in the closing. But before I do that, all the technical issues that were raised, or legal issues, or social issues, or environmental issues touching on the code, I will also invite one representative from the board to just say one or two, then invite the vice chair, then we will close from there. But as we close, I want to indicate that this is one of the largest represented meetings of its kind, because we have more than 25 stakeholders in the room. Of course, categories are said by a trainer for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow have been put into 8. But in terms of what we have picked out from the register, including the general public, we have 25. That's quite a big number. And before I give the mic to the board representative, who is going to be Engineer Gilbert Arasa, before he invites the vice chair, who is architect Nicholas Tirop, the question asked from the issue regarding food, which is about food security in the buildings that will be occupied. You know, it's good to be taking your food in a safe building. So what we are trying to do is that when you'll be eating your food, which is being addressed by the Minister of Agriculture as food security, you are in a safe building that does not collapse on the food and yourself as you eat. That's very important. But I also want to confirm that as preparation towards these meetings, this one and the rest that are going to happen across the country, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Public Works, I'm aware because I was copied on that letter, has written to all the principal secretaries in charge of all the state departments in government to send representatives to these meetings. So I want to confirm that even as you raise your issue on food security, there is somebody who should be here from the Ministry of Agriculture or the relevant institution regarding food security that will ensure there is food in the houses that will have been constructed safely using the National Building Code 2024. So we are all covered. That's what I'm happy about. Board representative, Engineer Gilbert Arasa, kindly come and address some of the issues. Then I can invite the vice chair to close this session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Idi. Good afternoon. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come to this half-day workshop. I know we are tired and we would like to take a break. I'll be very brief. For one, for the construction industry to be regulated effectively, you need a tool, and that tool is the building code. What we had was good and served us from 1968. It served us well, but it had a lot of shortcomings. And that's why you see a number of buildings collapsing and very many other challenges. We've had an opportunity to visit buildings which have collapsed. And I can tell you it is because of the gaps which were in the just repeal building code. But this tool, the legal tool that we are looking at today, gives NCA an opportunity to make sure that the collapse of the buildings is minimized. A concern has been raised about the multi-agencies involved in this exercise. Really, each of them has got its clear mandate, very distinct mandate. NEMA has its mandate. You cannot expand it and say NCA does its work. BORAX, the Board of Registration of Architects and Conservators, has its mandate. you can't disband it. The Engineers Board of Kenya has its mandate regulating the engineering professional services and so on and so on. DOSH, which also has a role here, has its mandate. You cannot disband it. So each of them, the county governments, NCA itself, and so on, each of them has its distinct mandate. And their roles in this aspect are complementary. And it is very, very important. This new code has addressed the challenges which were in the old code. For example, you've seen developers constructing from Picon to Picon. And if you have very many high-rise buildings, like some of the flats or apartments, 20 stories, 15 stories, and they are very close. In fact, the walls, external walls are almost touching each other. And there is no lighting, natural lighting in some of those buildings. They have no sufficient parking places, which is addressed by the building code, taking cognizance of the plot ratio and so on. And so this is a very good instrument to address the challenges that we have been facing in the construction industry, including the quality of construction. The collapsing has been because of the kind of quality of the materials. You've seen properly through the press some of the reinforcement bars which are substandard, cement that is substandard, and so on. Materials that are used, the main materials that are used in the construction industry. And with this new tool now, the new legal instrument, that is going to be something of the past, so that we address now the challenges of the materials, the basic materials that are used that don't meet the requirements, including the people who are involved in the industry. We're going to get rid of those persons who are not qualified, that you popularly call quacks, because they are party to the poor constructions that we see all over the place. And that leads either to buildings which might be structurally sound, but they are of very poor quality aesthetically, because this code also takes into account the aesthetics of the building, not just the structural integrity of it. Because if you go to some parts of the city, you'll see many, many buildings which are mushroomed. They could be structurally sound, but aesthetically they are not good. Looking at, they are not good at all. But with this code, once we enforce it fully, even the new buildings that you see, they will be structurally sound, and at the same time, aesthetically, they will be beautiful to look at. So there are many good things in the code. Probably there can be one or two. Of course, when you come up with the new instruments, there can be something or two, but there is always room for improvement. But generally, this is a very good tool for controlling the industry. And I believe once it's implemented, and as we are going to do, then there will be order in the industry. With those few remarks, it is my honor and distinguished pleasure to invite the Vice Chair of the Board, Architect Nicholas Tirop, to give the final closing remarks.
Allow me to still ride on the protocols already set. Good afternoon. Yes, I want to appreciate that we've had a really productive discourse. I know we are tired. We need to take a lunch break and probably head home. But I really would like to really appreciate each and every one of you for this discourse. I have picked several areas that I think would need more engagement. And particularly as an architect and as a practicing architect, I would like to state that the gentleman who actually talked about food, and he's going to correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was misinterpreted. This is a question of incorporating urban farming in designing buildings in urban areas. How do we incorporate urban farming? Urban farming elsewhere in the world is part of green building mitigation. And so while you harvest your water and everything that comes with it, you want to water the plants and you know, in the process, you're actually helping in the food production. So, and how do we have that as, you know, in the building code? Of course, there are other forms of green energy that we've talked about. What came out to me again is ease of doing business versus red tape. That is something that we will still want to pursue more, the issue of one-stop shop. Of course, Honorable Chairman, there was a question he put forth, and this is a question of, if you have a ramp, is that enough to exempt you from doing other forms of vertical access? And that question perhaps was not captured very clearly. A ramp versus a staircase. By having a ramp, you've addressed the issue of PWD access, the ease of access. But does that exempt you from doing, say, a fire escape staircase? So, you know, some of these questions may not be answered in this particular seat, but we take it in stride. And of course, we will, in other fora, I think going forward, we'll be looking at it. I want to appreciate the universities, because as a person in this field, when I was going through these presentations, when we were being trained as these professionals, the architects, quantity surveyors, engineers, this is not new. It started way back in the classrooms. And I want to appreciate them for setting the foundations. And now it becomes very easy for us as professionals to, you know, explain to the layman on the importance of this building code. So as a nation, ladies and gentlemen, the most important question would be, how did we get here? What do we really want for ourselves as a nation? It is order and safety. In short, order and safety of our built environment is what we are focusing on. So in trying to weed out, you know, the quack menace and all that, I think this is what gave rise to this, the need for this building code. And I would really want to urge all of us as we go out there, let's go forth and be the ambassadors of this building code. I would want to stop there. And I would like to appreciate all of you once again. Asanteni sana. Let us say that this function is officially, we've come to a close, and I would like to give it back to you, QS.
Thank you so much. Since the session has been closed, I'll only request that we rise up so that we can pray, and then we disperse. And at this point, I'll invite Director QS Mutinda Mutuku and also Director Engineer Kodana Harukura, who are going to pray, and then we will end our session. And also, as we pray, we have lunch, so don't leave before we have our lunch. Director, QS.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Mutinda Mutuku, conservator by profession. The current president of the Institute of Conservators of Kenya and an independent director at NCA. Now that the issue of food security has been assured for the time being by NCA, let's pray for it and that we hopefully enjoy it in this apparently safe building. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Lord, we come before you this evening with a heart full of gratitude. Indeed, you've given us this day to deliberate, to meet, and be able to discuss this key document in our country. Father, as we continue to engage, moving forward, we ask for your support, we ask for your guidance, oh God, and we ask that even the deliberations that we've had today, Father, may not be in vain. May we continue to improve, may we continue to embrace this document for the betterment of ourselves and in this nation. I want to thank you, Father, for the people who are in this room who made it here, Father. Even as they go to their destinations, Father, I commit them before you that you may give them journey mercies. For the food that has been prepared before us, we ask that you bless it as we take it. In Jesus' name we pray, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I understand Catholics are in Lent, and Muslims are going through the holy month of Ramadan. For the Catholics, I think we continue to observe Lent and live by the values that it espouses.